Viewers on CBC News Network and right across our online platforms. You're watching CBC News special coverage of an extraordinary day in this country. Canada is at war, a trade war, with our neighbor and closest ally, the United States. The tariff threats made for so many months by U.S. President Donald Trump are a reality as of today, and Ottawa is also going to hit back. We're going to learn a lot more about that in about 30 minutes' time here in the nation's capital. The Prime Minister will appear there in the West Block with some of his key members of his cabinet, the Foreign Affairs Minister, the Finance Minister. He will address Canadians to try and reassure them, certainly, about what this means for our economy, but will also lay out how Canada plans to respond, saying yesterday in a statement that this is an unjustified decision by the President and that President Trump, that is, has effectively ripped up the free trade agreement that he signed. We'll bring all of that to you live, of course, as it happens, along with lots of reaction and analysis. This is an issue that touches all of you, all provinces, and all Canadians right across the country. Providing us with some of this coverage, though, we'll start this hour with our reporters in both countries' capitals, the CBC's Janice McGregor here in Ottawa and the CBC's Richard Madden. He's in Washington. Glad to have both of you with us as we begin an extraordinary day for this country. A lot of people feeling anxious and worried about what this means for them. Janice, let's start with you in our parliamentary bureau here. There was a pause in place. There was a lot of work done by the government to address the concerns that the president had raised about the border, about fentanyl, but it would seem that those measures don't satisfy him, or that it was never really about those issues. Take us through a little bit of how we got to this day.
Yeah, and the extraordinary decision by Donald Trump here to basically blow up a deal that he negotiated. The last line of Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's statement to Canadians last night talked about how basically this is a violation of the fundamental agreement that oversees the essential trading relationship on this continent. People are waking up this morning, and I know it's probably difficult to get your head around because NAFTA has been kind of the fundamental thing about our economy for, frankly, my entire adult life, and I'm in my early 50s. And yet, what's happening here is basically killing it dead, not in the sense of sort of anyone withdrawing from a formal treaty yet, but essentially the spirit is leaving the body. So long as you have 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico, this is a situation, and legal experts have been weighing in on our coverage so far this morning, where you're not even sure what tools to use in this moment. You could appeal to the WTO. You could bring dispute settlement under the current agreement. Does that matter in a world where Donald Trump doesn't want to be governed by these kind of adjudication panel decisions? Okay, so if sort of no rules apply, are we in a Wild West situation? Why would anyone sit down and negotiate with the Trump administration, make painful decisions, concessions from your own stakeholders, if that result is not a long-term, stable and secure trading arrangement? I think we have a bit of tape here. Stephen McKinnon was doing another announcement earlier this morning, but he was asked about what this is going to mean for the Trudeau government. I think it's a bit of a preview of what we're going to hear later on this hour. And specifically, of course, as employment minister, it will be his file, the kind of relief that's required to have the backs of Canadian workers. So let's hear a little bit from Stephen McKinnon now.
There will be a robust response, but first things first, you will see the government in a matter of minutes. The Prime Minister, a number of our colleagues will be announcing formally announcing Canada's response to these ill-considered, unjustified tariffs. We did not seek this trade dispute, but we are in it now. And Canadians will be asked to rally, and I know they will, to a very robust response.
And we're going to be tracking, obviously, what all the political players say all day today, Rosie. But I am struck by the nature of the language we're already seeing from Yves-François Blanchet, the leader of the Bloc Québécois, and of course, We have been watching so closely what's been going on in Quebec politics right now at a moment of real volatility, to say the least. Blanchet kind of calls it in really plain language here about how we now see more clearly Donald Trump's strategy, that this is about monopolizing attention. Blanchet said to dumb down the media and public opinion and tries as much as possible to attract all business to the U.S. instead, and saying that Quebec, Canada, Mexico, Europe have to work together in terms of trade as well as, he said, security, because their former ally has become an economic predator and is allying itself with a military predator. So this is the context that hangs over what we're going to see today. And, you know, extraordinary doesn't begin to cover it.
Yeah, and a reality that's going to affect Canadians very quickly. We know that the auto sector will be one of the first industries to feel the blunt of this, probably by the end of the week. Could result in layoffs, of course. So what the government has to say today, not only in terms of retaliation, but in terms of support for workers, is going to be very important for many people to hear. And of course, Janice, impact is really huge for Canada and for the United States, which is the point the Cabinet's been trying to make to Americans for weeks now. What are we expecting to hear from the PM today?
Yeah, because this hits two ways. You're exactly right to point out the need for them to respond, whether we are talking about changes to EI, to help people who are laid off in the immediate kind of aftermath of this, or long-term kind of support for affected industries in a world where everybody is going to need to kind of reposition, because the new normal means you can't count on U.S. trade anymore, and what does that mean, and how do you diversify, and so on. So that kind of industrial strategy stuff and social program stuff has to happen, even as you are looking at an economy that is going to be dealing with price inflation. And remember, as the retaliation lists come out today, they are more targeted so far in terms of what products Canada is choosing to hit on its initial $30 billion list, and another list we don't have yet, but we're told it's coming for $125 billion worth of U.S. imports. More targeted because this becomes pain for Canadians. When you see these retaliation lists, you have to see them as the products that are going to see 25% price inflation, which is going to hit Canadian businesses and households that consume them. We have been trying to get inflation down in this country. That is why you proceed with caution, not willy-nilly. Inflation will be a big part of the story in the States, but it'll be part of our story here too. We know how interest rates affect people. This is why the government proceeds with great caution and consultations and opportunities to get exemption if you can make a case that the tariff just should not be on this product that's so important to you, but incredibly complicated to administer. They have had a month to get their packages ready. Are they ready? That's what we're going to see at 10:30.
Okay, Janice, thank you for that. You, of course, will be with us through the morning as we wait for the Prime Minister and his cabinet ministers to speak. Thanks so much, Janice. We will also have reaction, as you've been seeing there on the side of your screen, from premiers right across the country who are also planning different retaliatory measures, whether it be taking California wine off the shelves or limiting procurement to Canadian companies. They are also moving very quickly to respond to this dramatic action by Donald Trump that will upend the Canadian economy and the American economy to some extent as well. So let's go to Richard Madden in Washington for some of that part of the story. Trump said the tariffs were coming. There was a pause, Richard, but here we are. And he is also, coincidentally, having a joint address to Congress tonight about this and other things. What is the White House saying so far today?
Yeah, plenty of reaction from the administration ahead of the president's joint address to Congress. It's a chance for the president to have a prime-time speaking slot where he'll have an uninterrupted spotlight to defend or promote this head-spinning amount of policies and executive actions that's upended trade relationships, including with Canada, as part of the White House strategy to essentially flood the zone that we've seen from this administration in Trump's first 6 weeks in office. Now, as for those punishing tariffs on Canada and Mexico, we're hearing more elaborate, the administration is elaborating a bit more on the terms and conditions of these tariffs. So perhaps we'll hear an update from the president on whether he plans to keep them or possible changes to this very divisive policy. As we have seen from the campaign up until the president announcing that these tariffs are moving ahead, is that the White House is using these taxes as leverage, a way to encourage industries to build factories in America while punishing allies, including Canada and Mexico, for not stopping the flow of fentanyl and migrants into the United States. Now, this morning, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick essentially previewed what it might take for these tariffs to be lifted, but he also targeted other trade irritants, other tariffs that may be on the horizon. I want you to listen to this.
Of course, if they can stop the flow of fentanyl and they can prove to the president they can stop the flow of fentanyl, then of course the president can remove these tariffs. But you've seen it. It has not been a statistically relevant reduction of deaths in America. It's just black and white. And we told them it was outcome-based.
So clearly, if you look at the numbers, the flow of fentanyl into Canada versus coming up from Mexico is significantly smaller, but the administration appears to have their own messaging down. And Trump, of course, going on his own social media website just moments ago, further ripping into Canada with other irritants, saying Canada doesn't allow American banks to do business in Canada, but their banks flood the American market. Oh, that seems fair to me, doesn't it? Obviously, that is incorrect. We know that there are American banks that have presence in Canada. I want you to also draw your attention to today's Wall Street Journal. It is a conservative-leaning newspaper. The administration reads it. They posted an editorial with a headline that Trump takes the dumbest tariff plunge. They cite a study saying these 25% tariffs will drive up the cost of a new pickup truck by some $8,000. They question how this will help working class voters that Trump campaigned to rally behind. So perhaps as we start seeing the effect of these tariffs land in some of these swing states, some of these red states, that might put more pressure on the administration as these costs continue to go up. We also heard concerns from the CEO of Target this morning, warning that these tariffs will be passed on to consumers. Take a listen.
We'll go back and understand the implication of Canada and Mexico. We've been looking at that. We know for certain categories, like fruits and vegetables, where during this winter season, we depend on Mexico for a significant amount of supply. No, those are categories where we'll try to protect pricing, but the consumer will likely see price increases over the next couple of days.
So the next couple of days from the CEO of Target, clearly the first shots fired in this continental trade war that is now underway. We're also looking at reaction from the markets. They plunged in reaction to those tariffs. And we know Trump watches Wall Street very carefully. So let's see how the markets play out during trading later today.
So you say that, Richard, and I think rightly so, that the only sort of pressure point for the president here would be Americans, that the people that voted him into office and who start to feel these prices rise. Certainly that is part of the reason why it's only a 10% tariff on Canadian energy. Exactly. What are Americans saying? What kind of reaction are economists saying will be the fallout from this decision?
Yeah, it's interesting to see how this is playing out here in the U.S. From the political standpoint, as you'd expect, it's mostly divided down party lines. Republicans are publicly defending Trump's tariff agenda. They say this economic pain is for the greater good because it'll help bring jobs back to America. From Democrats, we're hearing warnings of the economic damage, the impact of retaliation from Canada, including turning off those energy taps into Midwestern states. Listen to Democratic Congresswoman Ilhan Omar.
Canada is threatening to cut off energy sources. Outside a few states, most of the states in our country will be impacted. That might mean we experience blackouts. To him, it's a punishment for Canada, but what it will ultimately be is a punishment on Minnesota workers, Minnesota farmers, and Minnesota industries.
Now, the big picture here, Rosie, is I don't get a sense that the impact of these tariffs are landing, at least through the general population here in the U.S., and that's because so much is going on. Tariffs are just one of several topics that Trump has upended or discussed or changed, and he's expected to discuss many things tonight in his speech, so the impact could be overshadowed. Beyond tariffs, we're going to hear from Trump expecting to defend his actions on Ukraine, from suspending U.S. military aid to his berating of President Vladimir Zelensky. There's also growing backlash here against the purge and dismantling of several government agencies here at home and abroad by unelected billionaire and Trump ally Elon Musk. On a financial, immediate economic issue, there's a looming government shutdown and a potential debt default. That could happen by next Friday if Congress can't reach a deal on spending. So while a lot of us are paying attention to tariffs and its impact, there's some significant domestic and international political situations here that the president is also, a lot of the whole world is listening to what he would have to say about those tonight.
Yeah, and certainly some of that chaos that is being created there, Richard, obviously also happening in order to distract people from feeling the effects and seeing those very things that you're talking about there. Thank you, Richard. We'll be back with you, of course, through the hours as we wait for the Prime Minister of this country to come in front of Canadians and talk about his response to these tariffs that went into place just after midnight earlier today. 25% tariffs on all Canadian goods and 10% on Canadian energy. Doug Ford already saying that auto plants will be shut down in 8 to 10 days. He was on CNN this morning talking about how Canadians are livid. There is going to be possibly devastating economic fallout from all of this on both sides of the border. To talk more about that part of this, I'm going to go to our senior business correspondent, Peter Armstrong. He's also in Washington this morning. Peter, thanks for joining us. So let's start with the markets, as Richard talked about. Definitely reacting and responding. Take us through what you're seeing.
Yeah, it was a predictably ugly morning on markets. Things started to sell off right out of the gates. Interesting just to sort of see where we're at in terms of the markets, Rosie. The Dow is down like, well, 1.5%. The TSX is down like 2%. But interesting, on both the Dow and the S&P, we have now shed all of the gains that were made since Donald Trump won the presidency of the United States. There's a big surge in the stock market after he won on the expectation he's going to do great things for the economy. We have lost all of those gains, wiping out as much as $3.4 trillion in value just in these last, 24 hours or so. Wow. So it has been rough. And it's finally, you and I have talked a little bit about this, that investors had largely been shrugging off this threat. They had been seeing and hearing everything we are and hadn't been reacting. So there's a bit of pent-up reaction that we're seeing. And I think it was a sense that the investors just simply didn't believe that Donald Trump was going to make good on this threat. And then when he finally did, they had to sort of catch up in terms of the reaction. And now today, we're going to really get to see not just what the uncertainty means, but the actual impact of the tariffs, because it's not just going to be bad for the Canadian economy. It's going to be bad for the American economy as well.
Yeah, not a good day to look at your investments or your pension, that's for sure. And that's sort of the bigger picture of how it's affecting the markets. But obviously, we will very quickly see economic fallout for business and consumers, Peter, too. I'm already seeing reports this morning of an aluminum company in Quebec that says it's shutting its doors for now because it simply can't function going forward. How quickly might this be felt by people?
Look, I think that's a great example of how quickly this will be felt. It will be felt today. There will be, you can just sort of see the chain of events. That if you take, iron ore out of the ground in Sault Ste. Marie and send it to Hamilton to get rolled into steel, it ships down to South Carolina to get made into a machine part that gets put into an engine in Windsor, that gets put into a car in Detroit. It doesn't take very long for them to run out of those supplies. The entire auto industry is built on this whole idea of just-in-time delivery. They don't have vast warehouses to store all this stuff. They get shipments in, they use that to make a part, they ship that part the same day. It just constantly churns stuff out. If they aren't getting the products they need to make their part, their production ceases to operate. If the part isn't going into the engine factory isn't operating anymore, and it just sort of chugs along that whole chain of events. And you're going to see that. We saw the industries that, the steel industry is a great example, that during the 2018 tariffs, we saw the steel industry in the United States added something like 1,000 jobs. The industries that use steel lost something like 75,000 jobs. So the calculus here, we already know. We've been down this exact road, and that was just on steel and aluminum. Yeah. These tariffs are so much more broad, sweeping, wide. It's hard to come up with adjectives for it, but it's also hard to come up with adjectives for how devastating it's going to be for pockets of the economy.
Yeah, I mean, it will plunge the country into a recession for sure. It will result in thousands of layoffs for sure, depending on how long they are in place, because that is the other part of this that we don't quite understand is they're going to be in place for how long and what is the intent behind them. What are you seeing, Peter, in terms of how people are preparing for the impacts, things that they're doing to protect themselves?
Well, interestingly, there's two answers to that, the Canadian and the American. Interestingly, I only got here on Sunday night, most Americans don't really know what this is all about, what this is going to mean, how this is going to work, and how it's going to impact them, much as they didn't understand any of that chain of events in 2018 when the tariffs on just steel and aluminum were put in place. In Canada, obviously, we're having this conversation in a much more pointed way. We're talking more about how to change our habits, what it's going to mean, how it's going to affect my bottom line. But the word I keep hearing and talking to people here today isn't the length of the tariffs so much as exemptions. When are the exemptions going to kick in? Because just about everybody I talk to is convinced that today will become the beginning of the negotiations for exemptions. Case in point, the 2018 tariffs on steel and aluminum that hit everybody, but Canada in particular, they were never lifted. They've only just, what happened now is they lifted the exemption. Canada got an exemption to those. What is the exemption going to look like this time? Who's going to get it? What's going to take to get it? Who do you need to talk to get it? And frankly, there's a lot of uncertainty around who you need to get on the other end of the line other than the actual president of the United States to figure out if your industry can get an exemption or not.
Okay. Peter Armstrong in Washington, glad to have you here. We'll come back to you, of course. Thank you so much, Peter. As we are waiting for the Prime Minister of Canada, he's expected in the next 10 minutes or so to talk about Canada's response to these tariffs. $30 billion in retaliatory tariffs is the first wave, another $125 billion weeks later. All of this happening, of course, in the context of a changing politics in this country. The Prime Minister in his final week as Prime Minister, likely, a new Liberal leader being named on Sunday. The Prime Minister is also speaking with premiers later today. We're told he will have a First Minister's meeting at around 2 p.m. Eastern, and you've seen there on your screen that premiers are also getting out to respond, to talk about how they are moving to protect their regions of the country. So let's go to one of those places that is going to be hit hard by this right away. That's the border town of Windsor, Ontario, and the CBC's Nisha Patel is there for us. You can see Detroit just in the background there, Nisha. Windsor is a place where Canadians, they cross that border all day long. Some people work in Detroit. They come back home in Windsor. What does this new reality mean for a town like Windsor?
Yeah, this is one of the most trade-dependent cities in the country, Rosemary. $400 million of goods cross that bridge to Detroit every day. And today, those goods cost 25% more for the customers. So there is a real new reality for companies. One of the industries that will be hardest hit immediately is the auto manufacturing sector. That's Canada's second biggest export, and businesses are scrambling. I've been out on the ground, all week talking to companies, parts manufacturers, tool and die makers that say that what they are really looking for is how do they bear these costs. They are negotiating with their customers, but the real worry is that those costs are going to cause their U.S. customers to find different suppliers, that they will move to suppliers who are within the United States. So that is a real fear, and that fear is trickling down to the workers. This is home to 2 major assembly plants and thousands of related parts makers, and the workers here are not only worried for their jobs, but they're worried for their communities. Take a listen.
I'm not just scared for me. When we went through bankruptcy in 2009, all the businesses around here suffered. You could go to the mall and not see another person. It was very difficult, and it's going to have a ripple effect. And I'm worried not just for me, but every other worker, including the ones that may not see a pension because of all this nonsense across the border, and it's so unnecessary. I know I won't view the United States the same ever again. I'll be honest with you, it frightens me.
And that is something that we have heard from workers all across this city. Not only is this a hub for auto manufacturing, it's a hub for greenhouses. This is the biggest hub for greenhouses in North America. They export about 85% of their cucumbers, peppers, and tomatoes to the U.S. because it is such a close market. We have the same language. We've had a good trade relationship for, decades. And so the problem for a company like a greenhouse grower is that they have a perishable product. So when they're looking for an alternative, they can't really export to Asia or to Europe because their product perishes so quickly. So some very real questions for these businesses, Rosemary, about how they're going to go on.
Yeah, I talked to a greenhouse owner actually on Sunday on my program, Nisha. He sells plants and flowers. Most of his business goes to the U.S., or about half of his business. But he was very concerned that this would mean a loss of profit immediately for his family-run business. Let's talk about some of those timing issues. We've been talking about it with everyone. The impact will be felt quickly, and it will be felt quickly in Windsor as well.
Experts are saying that for auto manufacturing, you could see shutdowns in as little as a week. And what that really means is there's not going to be an organized shutdown. They're basically waiting for their parts to run out, for their customers to say, hey, we're not going to buy from you. So, in terms of other businesses, packaging companies, the greenhouses, they say it may take a little bit longer, a couple of weeks, to see real impacts. What we're also looking at is other tariffs. We've heard from Donald Trump that he wants to put steel and aluminum tariffs. He wants to put a broad auto sector tariff. Will those tariffs be stacked on top of what we have already? That could really be the game changer for those companies. And so what we have heard from Donald Trump is that he really has a desire for car plants, he said last night, for car plants to move their production to the United States. That is very difficult for auto manufacturers to do. You see the GM headquarters behind me. Ford CEO has come out and said that this will blow a hole in the auto industry in North America. And so really there are a lot of questions. And as Peter mentioned earlier, we are going to see a lot of negotiating going on in the weeks ahead. We have statements from all of the auto industry associations say that they are calling for an immediate lifting of tariffs.
Nisha Patel, good to have you on the ground in Windsor for that. Thank you. We'll come back to you through the morning. Appreciate very much your time. As we stand by for the Prime Minister, who's set to speak to us at around 10:30 Eastern, I want to bring in former Quebec Premier Philippe Couillard. He's a senior business advisor with Strategy Corps, a Canadian consulting firm, and he joins us now. Nice to see you, Monsieur Couillard.
Nice to see you too.
What are you making of where we are at today? This has happened, and Canada is now set to respond. How worried are you about the Canadian economy?
And I'm quite worried, not only about the Canadian economy, but frankly about the world situation. I would say we are entering an age of ignorance, which will be a bit very dark and dangerous for the planet in general, for us certainly. What we were just hearing from people on the ground tells us that the first duty of governments at that moment is to protect these people against the effects of this ill-advised policy that has been designed south of our border.
One of the things I was saying earlier, I don't know if you heard me, but there is an aluminum plant, Alubar, in Bécancour that has already shut down because of these tariffs, doesn't know when it will be able to open up. What specifically are your concerns around job losses and plants being shut down or potentially forced to move to the United States, which is kind of one of the president's goals?
Well, it's easy to say, but harder to do, to move a plant. Sure. You have to move lots of things around the plant to move it. So in our case, the electricity supply, for example, is basically anchored to the plant. So it's hard to see how you can disconnect it and just levitate it and move it to the States. So that's something that should be kept in mind. But, I've been hearing lots of things, and there's something we should remember. First, we should keep calm in spite of the very difficult circumstances. And, there's a fundamental law of nature that will act here. It's law of gravity. If it's too heavy, it's going to crash down. That's going to happen with Trump and his policies, because the U.S. citizens and businesses are going to tell him enough is enough. You said you would drop prices for us. Look what's happening around us. You said you would create jobs. It's the opposite that is happening. And it's always the same with these protectionist economic policies. They look very good politically for a while, but reality comes crashing one day or another.
One of the things that continues to be on the table, we are told, for the federal government is Canadian energy. One of the things that the Premier of Ontario is already talking about is shutting down electricity to the states that Ontario supplies. How important do you think a card that is in terms of leverage? We know it's created problems, divisions inside the country, but what are your thoughts on the importance of using that against the Americans?
It's critically important, but it has to be used wisely and not induce more adverse effects from using this. I think definitely we have a handle there. Just on electricity, the whole northeast of the U.S. is basically supplied by Hydro-Quebec. So just reducing it, we don't need to cut it off. Just reducing it will have a spectacular and negative impact. But then we have to be careful about the political fallout of this, because Trump will immediately turn around and blame Canada for whatever is happening in this darkened city here and there. So that's going to be counterproductive in some way. So will counter tariffs, Rosemary. I'd like to say a word about this, because it's presented as an easy fix. If we're saying that tariffs in the States are going to cause inflation and problems, then counter tariffs will do exactly the same for ourselves. So we have to be a bit smarter, I think, about the retaliation measures and what we're going to do. Acting on procurement is a good idea. Certainly, removing access to certain U.S. products on our markets, certainly. But above all, we have to shield ourselves for the future and make our economy really competitive by using fiscal tax policy, other investments, strategic investments in our economy. Otherwise, we'll always be hostages of whoever is in the White House and wants to act up.
Are you suggesting, though, Mr. Couillard, that you don't think retaliatory tariffs should be used, or they should be used sparingly? What are you actually saying there?
Personally, I don't think they will work. Again, it's pure logic. If we're telling the U.S. citizens, look, if you do these tariffs on us, you will suffer the inflation and increased prices, then counter tariffs are going to do exactly the same on our citizens and our businesses, because we use a lot of American products in the supply lines and supply chains of what we're manufacturing and what we're doing in Canada. So we have to be extremely careful about this. It's another of those things that appears very, very easy and very nice from the outside. But when you start looking at it, it's not as obvious. So I would not choose this. I would rather go to procurement solutions or access to certain U.S. products. And again, above all, acting right away in a very substantial way on our economy to make it even more productive. And the paradox, Rosemary, on all of this is because of Trump's actions, our currency is getting even lower, which in a way protects our exports and could, balance the impact of tariffs. That is something that probably hasn't thought too much about, as in many other things in his head, I guess.
Well, it might actually solve internal trade in this country once and for all. We'll see.
Yeah. There are more to this. Internal trade is a different matter, but you're right. We should act on this.
Philippe Couillard, nice to see you again, sir. I appreciate your time this morning.
Same.
Okay, that's Philippe Couillard, you too, former Premier of Quebec. We are still standing by, as you can see there, to wait to hear from Prime Minister Justin Trudeau for the government's response to these tariffs. They will have retaliatory tariffs, the tariffs that Donald Trump's administration put in place against this country and Mexico last night, 25% broad-based tariffs right across the board and 10% on Canadian energy. We'll bring that press conference to you live as soon as the Prime Minister pops up. We are obviously, as we were talking there with Philippe Couillard, waiting to see how provinces are reacting. Some are moving very quickly against those tariffs, finding different ways to attack and respond to the United States. And the CBC's Arthi Pohl is tracking that reaction as it comes in. Arthi, what are you seeing?
You're right. It's absolutely coming in fast and furious when we talk about response coming in from premiers across this country. And they have done this before. Of course, February 1st, they all also had responses to those tariffs that came in from the United States. Let's start with the province of Ontario. Premier Doug Ford, we know that ahead of the tariffs coming in, he was speaking to Canadian media in Toronto. And we know that he has been speaking to U.S. media ever since. He's been talking about cutting off power to U.S. customers. That is one of the threats that he's been putting forward. Also, when we're talking about liquor off of the shelves, American liquor, we know that that is already happening at LCBOs across the province. We've seen that be updated. And also, there was a $100 million deal with Elon Musk's Starlink internet company. And that is something that Doug Ford has pledged to rip up as a result of these tariffs. When we're talking about the Premier of Ontario talking to U.S. media, he was actually just on CNN, about a half hour ago, and we have a little portion of what he's talking about there, and it does have to do, again, with the threat of cutting off energy. Let's take a listen to Doug Ford.
Ontario powers 1.5 million homes and businesses in New York, in Michigan, in Minnesota. I've talked to all three governors. I want to ship more electricity. I want to send more critical minerals, but I will not hesitate to use every tool in our toolbox to protect Ontarians and Canadians across the board.
Of course, we know that a lot would have to be done on that particularly. He added his government is prepared to implement a surcharge on every megawatt of energy it provides to the states. Let's move across the country, though. We know that right before Doug Ford was on CNN, the Premier of New Brunswick was speaking. Susan Holt, in her remarks, in her response to the U.S. tariffs, she said that 92% of the provincial exports go to the United States. This is a turning point for the province and for the country. In terms of the response, we were talking about limiting procurement and also U.S. alcohol. Already that direction was in place back in February. It's been brought back to take U.S. alcohol off the shelves and also to limit procurement from U.S. companies. U.S. products that might be used by the province, also trying to find replacements for that. Government will stop signing any contracts with U.S. companies as well. And they also talked about trying to work on the interprovincial barriers and doing work at least on their end. We know the federal government, Rosemary, you've talked to, in fact, our internal trade minister about that too, that there's some work happening on that front too. Let's quickly listen to what Susan Holt had to say.
These illegal, unjustified tariffs will have heavy consequences for New Brunswickers, for our businesses, our communities, and our economy. 92% of our exports go to the U.S. These tariffs are an attack on Canada and on who we are, and they mark a turning point for our province and our country.
Okay, so that's New Brunswick. Continuing to move down the line, we know that we've also heard from Premier Tim Houston, Nova Scotia, and his remarks. We've got part of his statement. He said that Donald Trump is a short-sighted man who wields his power just for the sake of it, not having any consideration for the destructive impact of his decisions on both Canadians and Americans, going on to say it is impossible to properly describe the uncertainty and chaos that Trump's threat of tariffs and now actual imposing tariffs have caused for Canadians. Some of the response we're seeing from that province, of course, as is the case with many of the provinces, we're seeing the alcohol being taken off the shelves as well. We're also seeing limitation to the provincial procurement for American businesses. That is something similar across provinces. The Cobequid Pass, they are doubling the cost of tolls, and that is a particular area where truckers can go in and out of that province, and so specifically they will be doubled for vehicles that are coming from the United States. An interesting statement he also made too. He said that some people need to touch the hot stove to learn, and you know, just a little bit about how the emotions are running through a lot of these premiers today too, Rosemary.
Sure. I mean, their jobs are a whole lot more complicated than they were yesterday, and just so people know, the First Ministers are meeting with the Prime Minister at 2 p.m. Eastern, we are told, and we are going to hear from more people later today too, aren't they?
Yes, absolutely. You know, we are hearing from Premier David Eby in British Columbia. I believe that's scheduled for noon. We said that we heard from the Premier of Ontario on U.S. media, but he will also be holding a press conference in Ontario as well, and that will be at 11:30. It's scheduled for right now, and of course we'll bring that to our viewers as it comes. And we know also that the Leader of the Opposition will be speaking, that we'll bring that to our viewers too. And one provincial reaction that I missed here that I do also want to share, and that is from Andrew Furey, Newfoundland and Labrador. We know that, of course, he announced that he'll be stepping down. So in some of what will be his last communications in his role as Premier, he has said that they also will be removing the liquor products, U.S. liquor products, from the shelves in that province and stopping immediate, where possible, procurement from the U.S. And also they're looking at new export markets, he says, for Newfoundland and Labrador products with a series of market development and expansion initiatives. Certainly something, you know, a lot of similar lines here that we're seeing across the board. And to your point, there's going to be a meeting and there will be sort of a full core unified response as well. And there's also a cabinet meeting in Quebec deciding how that province will respond. So that's just some of the responses we have so far, and much ahead too.
Okay, Arthi, thank you so much for that. We'll come back to you, of course. We are still waiting for the Prime Minister of Canada to address this country, to offer some thoughts on what has taken place overnight, and to talk about how the federal government will respond, not only in terms of those counter tariffs, but importantly in terms of what supports will be in place for Canadians who may see their jobs gone because of these moves by Donald Trump over the past 24 hours. CBC's Katie Simpson joins me now live from Washington. Katie, I have been told that that there has been no communication from the administration, from the White House, to anyone in the Canadian government. I believe that's what happened the last time around as well, so perhaps not surprising. But what are you hearing about what Trump is doing, what his vice president is doing, how they're justifying this move today?
Yeah, Vice President J.D. Vance just arrived on Capitol Hill and spoke to reporters a short time ago, talking about the tariffs, saying there are going to be conversations with the Canadians, but saying that ultimately this is about fentanyl. And he made the argument that Canada is saying that, well, you know what, the problem is worse in Mexico on the southern border than it is on the northern border, said that's not good enough. However, the facts, if Donald Trump is going to argue very strongly that this is about stopping fentanyl, when you do look at the numbers and the changes Canada has implemented since Donald Trump first started making these demands, the very small amount of fentanyl that had been seized along the northern border, the numbers have gone down even further. The president himself has offered a wide range of justifications, and I think yesterday's announcement that he was going ahead with those tariffs is sort of the prime example of how this has had shifting goalposts. He's at a news conference, or he's at an event where he's announcing that a company is going to make a massive investment in the United States to build semiconductor chips on American ground. They expect it's going to create 25,000 jobs and generate a lot of money. And so they bring in the CEO, the head of this company, and they make the announcement, and they talk about it. And Donald Trump sort of starts speaking off the cuff about tariffs and how this is the way, if companies want to avoid tariffs, you got to build in the U.S., create American jobs so we can create new jobs, grow wealth, and that is the point of these tariffs. And when he was talking about that, he was asked some questions from reporters about whether the tariffs were going to go ahead today. And he said, yep, 25% tomorrow on Canada and Mexico. It's going ahead. You have to build the auto plants in the United States. And so in that moment, it's about auto jobs, the auto sector, taking jobs back from Canada and Mexico. Then later in that same event, he goes, well, it's about fentanyl. And so from the president himself, it's been shifting messages. We've got complaints about the Canadian banking system. We've had complaints about the trade deficit. We've had complaints about making Canada the 51st state. It's about Canada's defense spending. It's this whole bucket of issues that Donald Trump has with Canada. But the administration, people behind the scenes, sources I've been talking to on the Canadian side, they all say, the Trump administration officials say over and over and over again, it's about fentanyl. It's about the border. But at the same time, the message from the president ranges wildly. And if it really is about fentanyl in the border, the question is, the numbers are down even further. What exactly is Donald Trump exactly looking for to meet the sort of threshold to get there? So that's kind of the playing field that Canadian officials have been dealing with since Donald Trump was elected.
And just again, I know you alluded to it there, Katie, but just in terms of what the Canadian government has done in the past month on the border, $1.3 billion on the border plan with new helicopters, boots on the ground, more dogs to help. They appointed a fentanyl czar, of course, to help coordinate that. And as you sprightly say, that fentanyl seizures have dropped 97% to a near zero low of 0.03 pounds. So if that is indeed where the president wants to see progress is being made, whether it satisfies him or whether this is about all those other issues that you just talked about there, Katie, I don't know. And I think that is one of the principal struggles for the Canadian government is trying to respond to someone whose target seems to change on the hour and on the day. What might we expect to hear from the president later tonight when he addresses Congress? Obviously, there's lots of things that he's going to talk about, and I wonder how important this issue is to him as opposed to how important it is to us.
Yeah, but before we sort of get into that, one thing I do want to mention, I was having a conversation with a senior Canadian government source, and that source told me, from Canada's perspective, this just looks like an itch that Trump wants to scratch. He wants to do tariffs. He's just going to go ahead and do it. And it's going to be what kind of threshold of pain is he willing to endure for the American people? Because this is going to make the price of goods more expensive. Big ticket items like cars, the prices are going to go up. Groceries are going to go up. All of those kinds of things. Plus, we're going to see a significant impact on jobs, particularly around the auto sector. Now, in terms of what we could hear from Donald Trump tonight, expect him to sell his vision for rebuilding the American economy or boosting the American economy as part of this speech. It is a joint address to Congress, and given all of sort of the dramatic changes that have been going on in the United States since Donald Trump came to power, while tariffs are going to have a massive impact on Canada, Mexico, and America's trading partners around the world, there are a couple of other issues that are certainly going to get a lot of attention in this speech. Donald Trump campaigned on imposing tariffs to try and generate wealth to pay for some of the big ticket items that he wants to implement, that he promised Americans. During the campaign, he called himself the tariff man. He said tariff was the most beautiful word in the English language, his favorite. It's a line he still continues to cite, now saying, well, maybe it's like my fourth favorite word after love and religion and wife and those kinds of things. But he makes a joke about it as he does. And so no one should necessarily be surprised he actually went through with it, because he kept saying he was going to do it and he campaigned on it. That's one thing to keep in mind. But tonight's speech is about selling the changes he's implementing and selling his vision to Americans. It's a joint session of Congress. All of the U.S. networks are going to be carrying it. But the key things are going to be his message to Americans about the economy. The cost of living has not improved in the United States. Things for groceries, particularly the price of eggs, continues to go up. It's something that he campaigned on. He would make life more affordable for Americans. He's going to need to try and convince Americans that he actually is going forward with that, despite this now trade war with his closest partners. But also expect a significant portion of the evening to be about his vision for America's role on the world stage when it comes to the conflicts around the world and what took place on Friday with the president of Ukraine in the Oval Office. That is expected to take up a significant part of that. However, when it comes to the pulse of Americans and what Americans are really interested in, it really comes down to the cost of living. It really comes down to the economy. Our people, while there might be job gains, we're seeing some massive changes to that, particularly in the D.C. area with all the federal government purge that's underway right now. But if Americans aren't feeling it, the numbers can be wherever they are. But if Americans are still feeling they can't get ahead, they can't pay for groceries, they can't pay their rent or their mortgage, they can't do the little things that kind of get excited, like go on a vacation with their kids, put their kids in sports, all of those things that sort of are just so much further out of reach in these days. If Americans aren't going to see improvements on that, he knows that's his bread and butter message. So he needs to really sell his vision to Americans when he's making a choice that is going to make the cost of everyday living more expensive. And how he justifies that, Katie, tonight, in light of what is happening on the markets right now, all of the gains made after his election have evaporated, essentially. So that also something that we know the president looks at closely, and certainly the market's not responding well to the tariffs and to the instability. Katie, we'll come back to you. Stay where you are. Thank you so much for that. Want to bring in, though, as we wait for the Prime Minister of Canada, Quebec Premier François Legault. He's called a special meeting of his cabinet in the next hour or so to talk about how Quebec plans to respond to U.S. tariffs. The CBC's Sarah Levitt is in Lacolle, a municipality bordering New York State, with more on the impact to that province. Of course, Sarah, Legault, part of the premiers who went down to Washington last month to try and stop the tariffs, and all the provinces, I should say, a month ago had plans, just like the federal government, to tackle this issue. What is he saying today about how Quebec will respond? Is it any different than what was on the table last month?
So Premier François Legault has been speaking about this, as you say, for the past month. Unsure, unclear, as we know from everybody in Canada, what was coming. Here at Lacolle, this is the busiest border crossing in Quebec. Quebec exports, about 74% of Quebec exports go into the United States, and this is one of the busiest border crossings that deals with those commercial crossings. Legault saying this is not good for Quebec, and he's made, in fact, an estimate of almost immediate job losses between 100,000 and 160,000. He was saying that last night as he awaited the news, and the 160,000 estimate was for the 25% tariffs. Of course, we're looking at whether the impact will be bigger when it comes to the tariffs into the United States, or those counter tariffs that we should hear from the Prime Minister any moment now on how Canada retaliates. Premier François Legault has been a little bit more level in his answers to these tariffs than that of his colleague in Ontario, Doug Ford, but he said he wouldn't rule out the idea of cutting off electricity exports to the United States. The Premier also saying that, you know, we will put in place short-term loans to businesses to help deal or stave off with the immediate effects of these tariffs, particularly on smaller or medium-sized businesses here in this province.
Okay, and Sarah, as you say, the tariffs will affect all kinds of businesses. I know you've been talking to some of them. What have you been hearing about their concerns and how immediately this is going to have an impact on them?
Well, first of all, just to touch on one of the major sectors here in Quebec, and that's the aluminum industry. Most of the aluminum used in the United States comes from Quebec. We have the smelters, we have the cheap hydroelectric power that allows for that. They have had experience here in the last Trump administration dealing with the 10% tariffs that were in place at that point. They're not too concerned. They have experience here, and they know that the U.S. Can't exactly start building smelters. They don't have that cheap hydroelectric power. They're not too concerned. They also know that they have a market in Europe that they could go to counteract a bit of these tariffs. But when we talk about other industries, like the agricultural industry, there are concerns there. And you know, these are big businesses, but there are also small businesses. We spoke with an apple farmer, for example. Now, of course, those apples are mainly sold within Quebec. Some go to other places within Canada. But to make those apples happen, you need products and you need certain things that come from the United States. So let's hear from an apple farmer that shows an example of maybe the micro influence of these tariffs.
What the impact could be is for everything that we use on the farm, fertilizers, packagings, a lot of the cardboard or glass bottles. We make cider vinegar, so a lot of the supplies come or go through the States.
So I know we're probably repeating ourselves over and over here because we've had this month-long back and forth, will it or won't it happen? Now we know it will happen, but the other uncertainty obviously in all this is how long will it happen? Will the tariffs change? And all that uncertainty obviously has an effect on businesses from small to large.
Sarah Levitt in Lacolle, Quebec, where I see lots of people lined up to get to the United States. Thank you for that, Sarah. We'll come back to you through the morning, if that's okay. We are still waiting for the Prime Minister of Canada to speak. He is running a little bit late. We'll see whether he comes out shortly. In the meantime, let's talk to someone who is also concerned about these tariffs and how they will affect his business. Steve Himmel is the president of Henderson Brewing Company. It's a Toronto-based business. Steve, nice to see you this morning.
Cheers, Rosie. Nice to see you.
So what does this mean for you? What was your first thought when you woke up this morning about your company?
Well, I think first off, you know, with being Trump, you never know what's going to happen. And now that it's actually here, of course, it's pretty painful. I think Tim Houston did a great job when he used the phrase uncertainty and chaos. And that's what we're looking at with our business today. It's not so much even the dollars and cents that, of course, will be painful. But we're a small company. We make a fresh product that perishes. We have input costs that are not only going to be going up, but now we're going to have to make decisions about those inputs, and that really destabilizes our business and puts a lot of question marks in front of us. So it's not happy days.
Input costs it would mean what, Steve? Give us a sense of what you mean when you say that.
Well, two examples that are going to be significant for us are obviously aluminum. We put the majority of our product into cans, and those can costs are going to go up. And we're going to have to make a choice about passing that cost on to consumers or eating it ourselves. And the other one, which is significant for us, is hops, which play a huge role in the craft beer business. A lot of the hops we get are from the U.S. And the challenge for us is those hops have very specific properties. It's not that we can go to another supplier and get the exact same product. So we have to make decisions around paying more money or changing suppliers and ultimately changing the products we make, possibly losing consumers as a result.
How quickly are you going to feel this, or are you feeling it already, to be honest? Like, these are the things you have to consider, but in terms of your finances, your bottom line, when will you start to feel it from that perspective?
Well, being a small business, we simply don't have a lot of stockpile of those inputs, and we will start experiencing this pain, within days or weeks. But the uncertainty of this is something that we are feeling right this minute. We are looking at our business plan for this year and the future, and now we have to make changes, and none of the things that we had in place are really applicable. And we don't know how this is going to affect consumers. If I could just spin this onto the positive for a moment, one of the things that's been great over the last couple of weeks is I think we've seen Canadian consumers who have generally been a little bit apathetic about buying Canadian really come around and rally and want to support Canadian business, Canadian products, and they are actively looking for that little red maple leaf on products now. And I think that's made a big difference to our business. And we're pretty excited about the long-term repercussions of this look inward towards Buy Canadian.
Yeah, there's a little silver lining of opportunity for Canadian businesses, certainly if you can get your product going. We're just waiting for the Prime Minister, Steve. I'm told that he's less than a couple minutes away, so I may interrupt you here. But
Understood.
If you can't solve for this, what does it mean? I mean, if you can't figure out how you find cheap aluminum, if you can't figure out hops to replace it, does it mean that the business is no longer viable? Does it mean you have to make things that are much more expensive for the consumer? What does it mean, Steve?
Well, I think it means a little bit looking at your total business and where are the things that you do have some control over. At Henderson, for example, we have a lot of events. We're trying to emphasize those events. Last year, for example, we threw a beer and bourbon event. And this year we were going to replicate it, but now we've changed that to beer and rye, or Canadian whiskey event, to showcase Canadian products. So it's these types of things that we can start. The things we can control, we are trying to emphasize those. And the things we can't control, we're doing our best to stop the bleeding. And again, Rosie, it's the uncertainty more than the dollars and cents.
I get it.
Is this going to last a week or a month? We don't know.
Yeah, just finally, Steve, what could the federal government or the provincial government do to support you right now?
Well, I honestly just think that we need a little bit of certainty. And honestly, what they could do is just provide us with access to some dollars, some kind of fund. It doesn't have to be a grant, but some kind of access to resources so that we can take the time required to make good business decisions moving forward. Just a little bit of money, really.
Yeah. Steve Himmel, wishing you the very best in these uncertain times. Thank you for chatting with us.
Cheers,
Appreciate
Rosie.
it so much.
Thank you.
Steve Himmel, president of Henderson Brewing Company. We are standing by for the Prime Minister of Canada. He's running a little bit late. We will excuse him because times are difficult and this is a challenging moment for the country. Remember, the Prime Minister, in his last week on the job, a new Liberal leader is being chosen Sunday evening. That person will become the Liberal leader and eventually the Prime Minister. And so the Prime Minister is having a very busy last 2 weeks of his job, having to encounter all sorts of challenges. This perhaps one of the biggest in his career. I would perhaps only compare it to COVID-19, which he also handled through and brought the country through as well. He'll be out shortly to talk about the retaliation and to talk about next steps for the government and what it can do. Tariffs are, as we've said, going to hit every part of the Canadian economy and some harder than others in every corner of the country too. One of those sectors, the real estate market. CBC's Angie Seth is at a construction site in Toronto. Angie, if I cut you off, it's only because the Prime Minister's had arrived. So give me a sense, though, of what you're hearing about the impact on the housing market, how that's going to trickle down to prices, I mean, in this country, but also in the United States, I would think, too.
Sorry about
yeah,
that. Okay,
that's okay. No. Don't have you, Angie. I'm sorry. don't have you. We'll get your mic sorted and we'll come back to you because that's an important piece of the story. I'll bring back Janice McGregor. She joins us from our Parliamentary Bureau in Ottawa. Janice, as we wait for the Prime Minister and his ministers, just an astounding lack of information and communication from the White House to the Prime Minister and to his office. I know that there's all sorts of back and forths between ministers and cabinet secretaries. People have built these personal relationships, but in terms of any formal notice or formal talks, nothing has happened. And contrary to the last time, a month ago, the Prime Minister has not spoken to the President either.
That's right. And I think that is significant in this moment when we are talking about how the second Trump administration is unfolding very differently than the first one, is looking far more autocratic than even the first one did. The Team Canada playbook of reaching out to all the other people in Washington that might have influence and might be able to sway policy, that playbook is being executed. People have worked very, very hard on it. And yet you hear, like we heard from Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, that sort of notwithstanding someone as senior as him and what he understands to be true and what facts he understands, the only decider is the guy at the White House, right? It's very centralized. And that is different this time, perhaps, than ways where they could maybe find other kind of ways into the administration and leverage that. This time, if it's all with Donald Trump, and if he, in at least what he says out loud, doesn't seem to accept any of the facts or the data or the arguments that Canada puts on the table, this is an exceptionally difficult and different world that they are navigating this time. And even in terms of the war for facts, you were talking with Katie about them sticking to sort of the drug stuff and how that doesn't line up with facts that Canadian officials have tried to make. But the fact is, he is doing these tariffs today. The steel and aluminum ones next week are going to, that's a different kind of power. But this one is premised on emergency powers that have to be based on a real emergency. And the emergency they cited in the executive order is this drug crisis. And so anytime the president suggests it isn't really about the drug crisis, in theory, should undermine the legal case for the executive powers that he's exercised overnight here. But does that even matter anymore? And again, this is a new world that they are in. Appeal to the WTO. Trump, well, actually, basically doesn't care what happens in Geneva anymore. Appeal to CUSMA, the arbitration under there. Well, would they ever agree to sort of nominate someone to a panel and honor what that panel said? Do they even care? How do you navigate in a world where it is about one guy who's not open to hearing your arguments? And if you can't get through to that one guy, what do you do? I think this is where you get to the kind of throw up your hands of it all.
Although I will say that the areas where there may be an impact, and Katie and everyone has talked about it, is when Americans start to feel it directly, that is going to be a pressure point for the president and the markets already, not reacting positively, obviously, to this news. I will also just say a little bit of breaking news here too, Janice. The Wall Street Journal is reporting, Doug Ford spoke to the Wall Street Journal, and he says that he will slap a 25% export tax on electricity that it sends to 1.5 million homes in Minnesota, Michigan, and New York in retaliation to those tariffs. So that, again, one of the cards, the bit of leverage that Canada has yet to play broadly, but energy, we are told federally anyway, was still very much on the table if needed. Doug Ford not waiting around. He's going to do what he can right away to make this very painful for some Americans in the states closest to Ontario.
Yes. Stephen Lecce, the minister for Ford last night, I think previewed this on social media, that this is exactly what they were looking at, and the fact they're going ahead and kind of getting that done right away to send the message. Of course, right, electricity is a grid. You can't sort of just turn off part of the grid. That you can't shut off these plants and turn them up and down. But we can do is change the price of it. And that seems to be the lever that they're going to try to pull first when it comes to electricity generation in Ontario and how that serves markets on the other side of the border. I think the other context hanging over this news conference we're going to see, and they are in the House of Commons foyer as I look there, occurs to me we should probably just remind everyone, Parliament prorogued. We're getting a new Liberal leader, as you've been correctly noting. We have a letter out this morning from Jagmeet Singh, the NDP leader, once again calling, and this is not a new call, they've been sort of saying this for a few weeks now, calling for an emergency session for the House to come back, for them to immediately consider help for workers, try to get unanimity about this retaliatory tariffs, saying it's time to put partisan aside, you have to come back, immediately pass things, get things in place. Anything that we hear from Justin Trudeau and his ministers today is going to beg the question, are you sure that this next person who will be Liberal Party, are you sure that the person who will be leader after the election is on board with continuing this strategy, with continuing the things you're laying out? This is a lame duck period for Justin Trudeau now. Not to make people anxious, but this is another challenge of the moment, right? To have this continuity in a very kind of partisan environment where we haven't really seen people agreeing and coming together with the way you might hope. So we'll see if they speak to that in this moment this morning, because I think it's very much in the atmosphere hanging over it all.
Sure. Though he is, I recognize what you're saying in terms of the context, but just so people understand, he is empowered to do these things as Prime Minister.
Yes, absolutely.
So people understand
you are until you aren't. Yeah.
That's right. It's not quite the same as it is in the United States. So these decisions that he's making on behalf of Canadians, he's allowed to make them. And furthermore, it does seem as though the Liberal candidates for leadership have broadly the same ideas, variations on the same idea, but everyone sort of agrees on the notion of counter tariffs. But you're right, Janice, that this will be sort of one of his last important acts as Prime Minister, as the context is shifting very rapidly, and with the very real chance that we find ourselves in a federal election within weeks, and that this becomes the ballot box issue, right? Who is best placed to stand up to Donald Trump, and who can help Canadians get through this, which will complicate matters even more, to know that we are dealing with that, the politics of that in a critical moment for the country.
Heck of a way to go out.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And the story of Trudeau's whole time in power begins with this, incredibly disruptive kind of election of Donald Trump, which kind of upended a lot of the things they thought they would do in the first majority government, and now goes out on this. I'm not the first person to observe the way that this is bookending his time, but it really has come to be a defining kind of thing, both at the front and the back. Will he speak to that today? He was so eloquent, I think a lot of people found sort of that first weekend when this all started to go down. Will we hear kind of that same kind of higher eloquence today, again, meeting that moment, knowing this is one of the last times probably in the foyer addressing Canadians? I'm going to be listening for that. I think a lot of people will be watching for that.
Yeah, you're quite right. On that Saturday, when this initially was put into place, the reassurance that was needed from the Prime Minister certainly met the moment, and we'll see whether it happens again today as he now deals with the reality of something that the government managed to get a 1-month pause on. It is now happening, 25% tariffs on Canadian exports across the board, 10% when it comes to Canadian energy. So oil and electricity, critical minerals, as Janice rightly noted in an email to our bureau this morning. So all those things at 10%. But the consequences of this are going to be severe, as we've been talking to Canadians. Many of you will feel this right away, whether it be your job or the things that you are trying to buy, or choices that you have to make in order to buy Canadian instead of American. Katie, I know you're still there. Katie Simpson, I'm going to bring you back in as we... Oh, no, I won't. Here comes the Prime Minister of Canada with his Minister of Finance and Foreign Affairs and Public Safety. Let's listen in.
Today, the United States launched a trade war against Canada, their closest partner and ally, their closest friend. At the same time, they're talking about working positively with Russia, appeasing Vladimir Putin, a lying, murderous dictator. Make that make sense. Canadians are reasonable, and we are polite, but we will not back down from a fight. Not when our country and the well-being of everyone in it is at stake. At the moment, the U.S. tariffs came into effect in the early hours of this morning, and so did the Canadian response. Canada will be implementing 25% tariffs against $155 billion worth of American goods. starting with tariffs on $30 billion worth of goods immediately, and tariffs on the remaining $125 billion of American products in 21 days' time. Encore aujourd'hui, on se voit forcé d'imposer des droits de douane de 25%
to introduce 25% tariffs on $155 billion of U.S. merchandise.
De marchandises américaines, excusez-moi.
$30 billion will come into effect immediately, and in 21 days, $125 billion of U.S. merchandise will be hit.
Be challenging these illegal actions by filing dispute resolution claims at the World Trade Organization and through the USMCA. But in the meantime, our tariffs will remain in place until the U.S. tariffs are withdrawn, and not a moment sooner. And should these tariffs not cease, we are in active and ongoing discussions with provinces and territories to pursue several non-tariff measures, measures which will demonstrate that there are no winners in a trade war. Now, just like I did a month ago, I want to speak first directly to the American people. We don't want this. We want to work with you as a friend and ally. And we don't want to see you hurt either. But your government has chosen to do this to you. As of this morning, markets are down, and inflation is set to rise dramatically all across your country. Your government has chosen to put American jobs at risk, at the thousands of workplaces that succeed because of materials from Canada or because of consumers in Canada, or both. They've chosen to raise costs for American consumers on everyday essential items like groceries and gas, on major purchases like cars and homes, and everything in between. They've chosen to harm American national security, impeding access to the abundant critical minerals, energy, building materials, and fertilizers that we have and that the United States needs to grow and prosper. They've chosen to launch a trade war that will, first and foremost, harm American families. They've chosen to sabotage their own agenda that was supposed to usher in a new golden age for the United States. And they've chosen to undermine the incredible work we've done together to tackle the scourge that is fentanyl, a drug that must be wiped from the face of the earth. So on that point, let me be crystal clear. There is absolutely no justification or need whatsoever for these tariffs today. Now, the legal pretext your government is using to bring in these tariffs is that Canada is apparently unwilling to help in the fight against illegal fentanyl. Well, that is totally false. Let's look at the facts. Our border is already safe and secure. Far less than 1% of fentanyl flows and less than 1% of illegal crossings into the United States comes from Canada. But we acted because we know we can always do better. We responded to concerns, including from the President, by implementing an ambitious $1.3 billion border plan. A border plan that includes generational investments in new AI and imaging tools to stop the flow of fentanyl in its tracks, stronger coordination and information sharing with American agencies, along with the deployment of drones, helicopters, and additional personnel to keep our border secure. Now, a month ago, as part of an agreement with the United States that paused the tariffs, we made further commitments. We appointed Kevin Brasseau as our fentanyl czar, a man who dedicated his multi-decade career in law enforcement to combating organized crime networks and drug trafficking. We designated 7 drug cartels sick, evil groups who cynically profit off the pain and suffering of people on both sides of the border as the terrorist organizations that they are. And just yesterday, we launched a new joint operations partnership supported by a $200 million investment between Canada's security and law enforcement agencies, a partnership that will enhance the coordination of information and intelligence in order to thwart criminal gangs involved in the illegal fentanyl trade. And critically, our actions are working. As the U.S. Customs and Border Protection just acknowledged, there was a 97% drop in fentanyl seizures from January compared to December, to a near zero low of less than half an ounce seized in January, even with all the further enforcements and actions we've taken at the borders. In sum, we stepped up. We engaged closely and constructively with the President and his administration. We did everything we promised. We stuck to our word. And we did it because we believe in working together to protect our citizens. Now I want to speak directly to one specific American, Donald. In the over 8 years you and I have worked together, we've done big things. We signed a historic deal that has created record jobs and growth in both of our countries. We've done big things together on the world stage, as Canada and the US have done together for decades, for generations. And now we should be working together to ensure even greater prosperity for North Americans in a very uncertain and challenging world. Now, it's not in my habit to agree with the Wall Street Journal, but Donald, they point out that even though you're a very smart guy, this is a very dumb thing to do. We two friends fighting is exactly what our opponents around the world want to see. And now, to my fellow Canadians, I won't sugarcoat it. This is going to be tough, even though we're all going to pull together, because that's what we do. We will use every tool at our disposal so Canadian workers and businesses can weather this storm. From expanding EI benefits and making them more flexible to providing direct supports to businesses, we will be there as needed to help. But Canada, make no mistake, no matter how long this lasts, no matter what the cost, the federal government and other orders of government will be there for you. We will defend Canadian jobs. We will take measures to prevent predatory behavior that threatens Canadian companies because of the impacts of this trade war, leaving them open to takeovers. We will relentlessly fight to protect our economy. We will stand up for Canadians every single second of every single day, because this country is worth fighting for. Les derniers mois
The recent months have been stressful and, in fact, exhausting for all of us. But I believe we can be reassured by the incredible solidarity we've seen among Canadians. Solidarity among businesses, among unions, the civil society, Indigenous communities, and all Canadians. All of Canadian society is speaking with a single voice so that we can be heard by our U.S. partners and to illustrate that the imposition of these tariffs is a very bad idea. At the same time, we are working internally to remove the barriers barriers to internal trade between the provinces and territories. We're working to try and reach new markets around the world to build an economy even more strong and resilient than before. In recent years, I've had a number of opportunities to talk to global leaders, and my message is always the same. Canada is a reliable partner, and our door is wide open. In recent weeks, we have also redoubled our efforts to work with Mexico, which is also being hit with these tariffs. Together, we will seek new ways of working together and to provide mutual support in the face of this threat. In the face of uncertainty and worry, Canadians have shown so much solidarity. I saw you sharing lists of Canadian products to help your loved ones and friends and support Canadian businesses. I saw you change your travel plans to stay in Canada rather than going to the United States. I saw you redouble your efforts to support our small businesses and our workers here in Canada. I saw you defend our culture and ensure it can flourish. I saw you encourage our athletes with incredible fervor, and I thought I could never be even prouder of my country and my compatriots. And yet, I still have something to ask of you. Do not give up. This is the time to redouble your efforts, to stand up for our country, to do everything we possibly can to choose Canada and defend Canada. Together, we will get through some tough times. But after seeing you and seeing your reaction in recent weeks, I have to say, I have never been as optimistic with respect to the future of our beautiful country, in spite of all the challenges we're facing right now. Canada remains the best country in the world. We have so many reasons to be proud of our home, to be proud of our land, but I'm especially proud of our ability to come together when that is required. Canadians of different backgrounds, who speak different languages, have different religions. But, you know, when it comes time to defending our country, we speak with a single voice and walk hand in hand. In spite of all, Canadians will always be relying on each other.
Now, we've been through tough spots before. But every time we've faced long odds and seemingly insurmountable obstacles, we've not only survived, we've emerged stronger than ever. Because when it comes to defending our great nation, there is no price we all aren't willing to pay. And today is no different. Merci beaucoup, mes amis.
Thank you, friends.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister. Merci beaucoup. We will now take 20 minutes of questions. Nous prendrons 20 minutes de questions. One question, one follow-up, une question, un suivi. Merci.
Hi, Prime Minister. Tom Perry with CBC. You're reaching out to the President today. You're speaking directly to him. We heard from U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance, who says that Donald Trump will be speaking to Canadians. And he also says that he wants to see more progress on fentanyl. So my question to you is, do you have any conversation scheduled with Donald Trump in the coming days? Is that something maybe your successor should do? And do you really believe that this is about fentanyl, or is there something larger at play here?
I have offered to speak to Donald over the past number of days, and I expect to speak with him in the days to come. I'm always there to talk with him about the importance of working together to take on the world at this time. The facts show very clearly that in terms of taking action on fentanyl, we are doing everything that is necessary, and not just for the United States, for ourselves as well, as Canadians are suffering as well from the scourge that is illegal fentanyl. We have laid out extensive plans, actions, cooperations, including as recently as the past days in Washington, and they have always been very well received. And the numbers bear that out. I think in what President Trump said yesterday, that there is nothing Canada or Mexico can do to avoid these tariffs, underlines very clearly what I think a lot of us have suspected for a long time, that these tariffs are not specifically about fentanyl, even though that is the legal justification he must use to actually move forward with these tariffs.
Monsieur Trudeau, en français, à part l'allocution que vous avez eue envers Monsieur Trump, lui avez-vous parlé au cours des derniers jours, des dernières heures?
Have you spoken to Mr. Trump recently? No. I made myself available to talk to him in recent days, as we did a month ago, and I hope to be able to speak to him in the coming days, and I'm always open to doing that.
Off the top, you're seeing the United States seemingly moving closer to Moscow. This is the same day that the United States has announced it's suspending aid for Ukraine. The Kremlin just said that U.S. foreign policy now is in alignment with Russia. So how do you successfully, or your successor, successfully negotiate with a president who seems to regard his friends as his enemies and his enemies as his friends?
In this regards, Canada and Canadians are very clear. We know who our friends are. We know who our opponents are, and there is no question that Vladimir Putin and his attack not just on Ukraine, but on the rules-based international order, on the founding principles of the United Nations, is an opponent of Canada. I think the question that we all need to be watching closely is, what do the American people think? How do Americans feel about jettisoning one's friends and allies in favor of a country that has never wished Americans well and continues to act in ways that harm the global economy and specifically the American economy and American values and principles?
Bonjour, Monsieur Trudeau, Valérie Gavage de Radio-Canada.
Radio-Canada, I'd like you to talk about potential relief programs. In Quebec, they're talking out the possibility of 160,000 jobs being lost. There are plants closing already. Now, is there something on the table today that you can tell Canadians in order to try and mute the effect of these tariffs? Well, there are things that we will be looking at immediately when it comes to the employment insurance program, but I want to remind Canadians that our goal is not to find ways for Canadians to get through these tough times. It is to prevent these tough times from lasting any more than they absolutely have to. If we can have those tariffs removed tomorrow, that's what we will try to do. Our priority is to put an end to this economic war, and the fact that Americans will immediately be facing layoffs and problems with respect to their own consumer products will certainly help us to put an end to this challenge as quickly as possible. But in fact, we are looking at a number of options, a number of things that we can do if those tariffs remain in place longer than a day or two, even with the immediate review of UEI programs that we might want to tweak.
Foremost, as we reflect on the impacts on Canadian workers and Canadian jobs and businesses, is that, first of all, there will be similar impacts on Americans losing their jobs, American families paying more for basic goods that they rely on at a time where times are tight everywhere. But our focus has to be on getting these tariffs lifted as quickly as possible. What can we do in the coming days is our focus to make sure that these tariffs don't last a second longer than necessary. So we will be looking at, including looking in the coming day at things we can do around adjusting EI to support people through this difficult time. But our priority has to be not on figuring out how to manage through these tariffs over the coming days and weeks and months, but on doing everything we can to get them lifted and put an end to this unjustified trade war that hurts American families and Canadian families.
On a l'impression que vous n'avez plus beaucoup de cartes dans votre jeu.
I think you
devancer
don't have that many cards left to play. Now, would the renegotiation of the CUSMA agreement be a way to address this? Well, right now, in our conversations with the President, it's not very clear what he's actually trying to do or what he wants. Perhaps the only clarity is what he's said a number of times, which is that his goal is to ruin the Canadian economy so that he can then move on to annex the country. That's what he wants. So I'm not sure. I'm not really certain what kind of negotiation could go forward right now that would convince him that this is the right thing to do. And really, what we have to do is demonstrate that our economies are very closely linked and that these kinds of barriers and tariffs will mean suffering for people on both sides of the border. That, in fact, we should be working together, doing things together. And while he decides to ruin the Canadian economy, I don't know whether, in terms of negotiations or in the face of such bad faith, where he brings in tariffs against Canada without any factual justification, I don't know whether opening negotiations would be a good idea. We're open to doing it if he wants that, but he has not even referred to that possibility.
I'm just trying to remember. What was that? CUSMA, that's right. I think in terms of what he wants, and I heard he talked about banking again this morning in a tweet, which doesn't make any sense because American banks, there's about 16 American banks currently active in Canada holding about $113 billion worth of assets in this country. So the American banks are alive and well and prospering in Canada. It's an example of not really being able to see what it is that he wants, because even the excuse that he's giving for these tariffs today of fentanyl is completely bogus, completely unjustified, completely false. So we actually have to fold back on the one thing he has said repeatedly, that what he wants is to see a total collapse of the Canadian economy, because that'll make it easier to annex us, is the second half of his thought. Now, first of all, that's never going to happen. We will never be the 51st state. But yeah, he can do damage to the Canadian economy, and he's started this morning. But he is rapidly going to find out, as American families are going to find out, that that's going to hurt people on both sides of the border. Americans will lose jobs. Americans will be paying more for groceries, for gas, for cars, for homes, because we have always done best when we work together. So we are, of course, open to starting negotiations on the CUSMA review, but let us not fool ourselves about what he seems to be wanting. And I will admit, I have been holding out hope that these tariffs were just a clever negotiating ploy that would have the impact that they're having now without even bringing them in over the past weeks, as we've seen order books dry up for Canadian companies from American customers, as we've seen expansion plans in Canada put on hold, as we've seen people choosing to invest in the United States over the past weeks because of the threat of tariffs. But now that he's moved forward with tariffs, we're going to see the real impact of a trade war between our two countries. And that impact will be to hurt American families.
Prime Minister Tonda McCharles with the Toronto Star. I hope you can be as specific as possible for a number of these points. Everybody's looking to what actually you're going to do. In your statement last night, you referenced non-tariff measures, and I want to know exactly what you're prepared to contemplate there. And given that your likely successors, both Carney and Poilievre, have said it should be dollar-for-dollar retaliatory tariffs, that's on $600 billion worth of American imports. If you were to do that, is that on or off the table?
I will be sitting down, as I have every week for the past many, many weeks, with the premiers this afternoon to talk about our individual, combined, and collective response to this. As we've put on the table, the federal government has $155 billion worth of tariffs that we can move forward with immediately, and that we will be moving forward with both now and 21 days from now to give Canadian companies time to adjust their supply chains to not be overly impacted by this. But there are many other things that have been surfaced by different premiers in different approaches that we can look at. One, for example, is around purchasing and around suppliers and around contracts, whether it's municipal, provincial, or federal, with American companies. There are many different things that we've been looking at, and that conversation with the premiers this afternoon is going to be very, very important. But I can tell you what we have seen is Canadians across provinces and territories, across political lines, are united in knowing that this is a time to hit back hard and to demonstrate that a fight with Canada will have no winners. And the sooner we can get past this fight, back to working together to take on the world, as our two countries always have, the better we'll all be.
To what extent have you turned or gotten cooperation from any other allies to exact more pain on the U.S., to accelerate getting to a solution? And are you concerned that Mexico appears to be trying to do their own thing maybe next Sunday? Where are you with any guarantees you've got allies?
I've just spent quite a bit of time over these past couple of weeks meeting with European and international allies to talk about a number of different things, including standing up for the rules-based order by defending Ukraine, but also being there for each other in a more challenging and uncertain world. And I can tell you that every country is very, very aware that if the American government is willing to do this to their own closest ally, neighbor, and friend, everyone is vulnerable to a trade war. And our ability to work together thoughtfully and strategically to make sure we're supporting our citizens, we're doing things together in a more diversified way, is something that is on the mind of all of our allies.
En français, vous en êtes où dans les discussions avec les alliés, que ce soit européens ou mexicains?
Where are you in discussions with European allies? Well, as you know, in recent weeks, I had a lot of conversations with many of our allies and our European friends on the international stage, and I can tell you that everyone is worried. They see that if the United States is prepared to do that to Canada, their closest ally and partner, their most interconnected ally, then everyone is at risk. And our ability to work together and to do more together to diversify our supply chains in a more deliberate manner. Well, these are the conversations we're having now, and we will continue to have them with our allies. With our Mexican partners, we continue to be in close contact, and we continue to look at how we can do things together, as I said, to not suffer any more than needed through these tariffs.
Rachel Haynes from CTV National News. As we know, the Liberal Party is going to be picking a new leader over the weekend. But when is it going to be your last official day as Prime Minister?
That will be up to a conversation between the new leader and myself to figure out how long a transition is needed. It should happen reasonably quickly, but there's a lot of things to do in a transition like this, particularly at this complicated time in the world. My
last day will be determined once the new leader of the Liberal Party has been selected. This is a conversation we will have to have about how much time will be required for the transition. There are a lot of things to be considered, but I know that we will be able to do that quite quickly.
It sounds like it won't be immediately on March 9th or March 10th, so it sounds like you'll probably still have some time remaining to put in some more actions on this. Is one of those things that you're considering going to be taxing oil, gas, and potash exports, even if premiers don't consent to that?
As I said, the most important thing we're facing, as I've said, the most important thing we can do is ensure that Canadians remain united. That's why whatever response, individually or collectively, we do across the country, we have to make sure that no single part of the country is carrying a greater burden or suffering any more than everyone else. This is going to be tough for all of us, but we need to be pulling and holding Canadians together every step of the way. And that's the conversation I'm going to be having with the premiers this afternoon in our now weekly meetings. There will be many different ideas we discuss, but the most important thing, more important than doing specific or effective pressure points on the United States, is keeping Canadians united together. As we go through the pain that these American tariffs will inflict on our economy, on our workplaces, on Canadian families, we will be able to say this is happening to us by the decisions of a different government. As American families suffer the impact of these tariffs, of this trade war with Canada, they will be saying this is happening because our own government is choosing to do it to us. That's a very different proposition. And the most important thing right now, more important than anything else, is for Canadians to remain united. And that's why all premiers will be focused on things that make sure Canadians don't get divided amongst ourselves. This is a time for us to pull together, because the Americans will be having very real and very challenging debates and discussions about these actions. There will be no debate in Canada about whether or not we should be pulling together and responding. Everyone is aligned on that, and protecting that is job one for the Canadian government and the Canadian Prime Minister.
Hi, Mr. Trudeau.
Okay. Évidemment,
of course, there are a number of things that different provinces or industrial sectors may want to do to not feel so much pressure from the U.S. But I want to be very clear in saying that it's not because we don't want one sector or industry to carry a heavier burden than any other. And therefore, we have to be fair in our response and in the supports that we provide. Because the most important thing in all of this situation is that Canadians remain united. And that's what I intend to speak to the premiers of the provinces and territories about this afternoon. Unity with respect to our courage and determination as a country and as Canadians will be our most effective weapon in the coming days, because Canadian families facing negative impacts as a result of these tariffs will be saying, well, we're going to stick together as Canadians because it's another country that's doing this to us. And we are going to stand firm and get through this together. American families that see job losses happening, that see prices going up because of these tariffs, they will have to say, well, yeah, it's because of our own government that we're suffering now. And that will lead to very tough conversations between Americans with respect to why this trade war is even happening.
We will take one last question and follow up. Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Trudeau. Mackenzie Gray with Global. You mentioned the markets earlier. Someone who knows a thing about them, Warren Buffett, came out and said that these tariffs could be viewed as an act of war. Does the Canadian government believe these tariffs from Donald Trump is an act of war from the U.S.?
Canadians are not angry at the American people for this. We don't have anything against Americans. Americans are our neighbors, our friends, our partners. We do things together. We've done things together for decades and generations. This is a policy decision by the American government designed to go after the Canadian economy. This is a trade war, yes. But Canadians are hurt. Canadians are angry. We're going to choose to not go on vacation in Florida or Old Orchard Beach or wherever. We're going to choose to try to buy Canadian products and forego bourbon and other classic American products. And yeah, we're probably going to keep booing the American anthem. But let me tell Americans, we're not booing you. We're not booing your teams. We're not booing your players. We're booing a policy that is designed to hurt us. And we're insulted. And we're angry. But we're Canadian, which means we're going to stand up for each other. We're going to fight. And we're going to win.
There are probably a lot of folks watching on TV today who've been laid off or they were told not to come into work today because of these tariffs. Can you explain to them why you've not announced any relief measures today to help those folks out?
As I've said, our entire focus has been on preventing these tariffs from coming in, if there was at all a way, and it now looks like there was never a way we were going to be able to avoid these tariffs that the President was determined to do. And our focus now is going to be on making sure that they get lifted and that there is an end to this trade war as quickly as possible. But over the past month, we have been working on measures that if these tariffs last longer than a few hours or a few days, we be able to help Canadian citizens, Canadian workers, Canadian companies make it through this time. But let's also be clear, this is going to be tough. The American trade war is going to hurt the Canadian economy and is going to hurt all of us. What our government needs to make sure we're doing is try to make sure that nobody goes hungry and that everyone carries their share of this. And that's a hard thing to do, but that's where we're leaning in, both as a federal government and with provinces and territories on responses to be there for Canadians.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister.
Merci.
That concludes today's press conference.
And that is the Prime Minister of Canada on this extraordinary day in Canada's history, with some extraordinary comments from him directly, things that we have frankly never heard him say before, speaking very frankly to both Canadians, Americans, and to the President, Donald Trump, saying that he agrees with the Wall Street Journal that this is a dumb idea. He also made it clear that he doesn't believe the President's motivation is about the border or fentanyl, says that he wants to damage or force a collapse of the Canadian economy in order to annex this country. He also, off the top of his comments, said that this is a day where the United States is now aligned with Russia, a lying, murderous dictator, talking about Vladimir Putin, and not with Canada. An extraordinary moment for the Prime Minister in what is likely his final week in the job. I want to bring in all of our people helping us with our coverage. Janice McGregor in Ottawa, Katie Simpson and Peter Armstrong both in Washington. An awful lot there to get into. So let's talk through some of it. I'm going to start with Janice, if that's okay. I don't know that I have ever, in my time covering the Prime Minister over more than a decade, heard him speak that forcefully and that bluntly about an ally, about a colleague in this extraordinary moment for the country, Janice.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally concur in that. Yeah. The language of diplomacy that, you know, when you're afraid of upsetting someone, that all out the window in terms of what we just heard. And an extraordinary kind of three-part structure to his actual prepared remarks. Some of the blunt language came in the questions later on as well. But if you look at sort of the way his message sort of spoke to the American people first, then had particularly targeted words at Donald Trump, and then talked to Canadians. We know the American networks were on him, at least for the initial parts, didn't maybe hang in for the whole thing like we did. But, you know, what they heard was a refutation of what they hear from their own White House. That kind of opening part where he talked about the changing relationship between the U.S. government and Russia, and plainly sort of looked into the camera and said, make that make sense. This idea that this fight is being picked with a neighbor like Canada while they are sort of, you know, looking the other way and warming things up with Russia. I thought that was an extraordinary moment right off the jump. And then sort of the economic message, taking that really hard to the American viewers, the ways that this is going to hurt them. And then, as you say, the very poignant remarks to Donald Trump, calling him by his first name, and not Mr. President. You know, trying to speak his language about how he wants to be seen as a smart guy, but this is dumb. And then the words of reassurance, and even that, like, this came up in the Q&A at the end, but sort of like putting a spin, a frame around the booing at the hockey game. You know, when Canadians boo, this is what they are doing, and this is what we mean by that. If any Americans still watching and you're wondering kind of what this means for people, interpreting that, in a way I think would set a lot of Canadian heads nodding. All of it extraordinary, and we can tuck into some of the mechanics of some of the important legal kind of Easter eggs he buried at various points in these remarks, but just stunning set of messages here.
Yeah, and I'll bring in Katie now too for your perspective, Katie. He also, when he spoke to Canadians, was very plain in saying, "I don't want to sugarcoat it. This is going to be tough." And he talked about some of the things that the Canadian government can do to step up. But I want to ask you, Katie, about what you thought of his message to Americans, who saying to them, if you want to know what's going on and why you're suffering, look at the government that you elected, and speaking directly to Donald Trump. What did you make of those comments?
Well, I've reached out to the White House to see if anyone in the Trump administration has any direct response to that, because we've never heard language like that from the Canadian Prime Minister directly at Donald Trump. Whatever their conversations might be in private, we certainly haven't heard anything like that in public. I keep checking Donald Trump's Truth Social to see if he has any sort of response there, and there's nothing yet. Rosemary, I'm told by a senior Canadian government source that at the Canadian Embassy, there are these banners that say friends, allies, and partners that have been put up all over sort of the pillars at the embassy, and that Donald Trump, as he makes his way to the Capitol, and he drove past the Canadian Embassy because it's right there, right across from the Capitol, that was something that he would have seen. I am told that those banners have been taken down as a result of what has taken place over the past 24, 48 hours. So there's just little things like that. But now we wait to see if the president is going to have any sort of response, if he was monitoring what was going on. Some American U.S. news networks, notably Fox News, did carry some of Donald Trump's or some of Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's comments. But given how pointed the language came from the Prime Minister, I expect, and they're pointed short sound bites. And you know what plays well in American news? pointed, short sound bites. Yep. And so I very much suspect a lot of American network news, and we know that President Donald Trump consumes a lot of it, particularly his favorable news outlets, that they will be picking up this content and that it will make its way in front of the president. And the question is he going to respond? Is he going to acknowledge it? Donald Trump has a very big day, separate from everything that's going on with the trade war now, this trade war. He is going to be delivering a joint address to Congress where he's going to outline his vision for America. And part of what he campaigned on, of course, was trying to generate revenue for the United States through tariffs, imposing tariffs on allies and adversaries alike, taking this massive step in escalating the trade war. And so now, when Americans start to have to sort of live with the consequences of that, he's going to try to get ahead of that before the consequences, may be really felt the hardest, and trying to sell his vision to America. That is what he is going to be doing tonight. But one thing to keep in mind, there are some other really key issues in this moment that Americans are concerned about. First and foremost, some of the major changes underway at the American federal government, the firing particularly of veterans, the mass firings of the federal public servants, and the changes there that even some Republican lawmakers are getting a lot of grief about from their constituents in places that are reliably Republican red. So that is something that Donald Trump is expected possibly to address. He's done nothing but throw his support behind that. Mm-hmm. But how much the international backlash really sort of filters through to Trump's speech. We know he's a big fan of tariff. He's a believer in tariffs, and he's campaigned on it. So I would expect him to really champion what he's done. The question is, once Americans start to feel the pain, whether it's the Canadian response or the Mexican response or the response from China. Remember, China now has 20% tariffs on it as well. How much pain the White House is willing to endure in pursuit of Donald Trump's America First agenda.
Okay, Katie, thank you for that. I'm also going to bring in Peter Armstrong to talk a little bit more about what the Prime Minister said there. Again, some extraordinary comments, and clearly a Prime Minister who, seeing how the President berated President Zelensky in the Oval Office last Friday, got on a plane the next morning so that he could be in London for that special meeting of European leaders to show support for Ukraine. Obviously taking a clear approach in those comments as well, supporting Ukraine, but also coming hard after Russia and condemning the way President Trump is aligning himself with Russia. But over to you, Peter, on more of the business aspect of this. We heard a little bit about what he thinks businesses and Americans need to understand about what these tariffs are going to do.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think it's an interesting question as to whether Donald Trump has heard or seen any of these comments. We know as fact that he will have heard and seen what's happening on stock markets today, and he won't like what he's seeing. This is a fairly steep sell-off now, and it's gone through the better part of 24 hours now. So 680 points on the Dow down now. Add that to the 350 or so points that it fell yesterday, and you're starting to look at a fairly significant sell-off, and it makes sense, right? We know that tariffs drive up prices, they drive up unemployment, they eat into economic growth, and they cut into profits. And so that's the TSX, which is just getting clobbered. It's down like it's the better part of 2.25% right now. So it's tough, and it's been an interesting sort of stretch here that in the immediate wake of Donald Trump getting elected, in this wave of people being excited about deregulation and tax cuts and crypto enthusiasm and whatnot, just about everything was up. And there was this real wave of optimism in the business community and in markets and among investors. And they just simply didn't believe that this was actually going to happen. The Bloomberg columnist Joe Weisenthal says that Wall Street investors didn't take their own advice of you either have, take him seriously but not literally. They took him neither seriously nor literally, and that's how we got to this. So you're seeing this sort of pent-up reaction and a bit of frustration, I think, among investors who truly did not believe that this was any more of a tactic than Mexico's going to build the wall kind of thing. And now here we are in a real situation where markets and companies and earnings are really having to very quickly adjust to what this actually means for the American economy, not just the Canadian economy going forward.
Okay, Peter, I'm going to come back to you. Thank you for that, though. I appreciate your first take after hearing directly from the Prime Minister responding to those tariffs, saying that Canada has put in place $30 billion worth of 25% tariffs on American goods, going all the way up to $155 billion over the next number of weeks, but also speaking directly to the President and calling what he has done today dumb. I want to bring in Jason Kenney. He's a former Premier of Alberta. He's been watching all of this unfold as well. Nice to see you, Mr. Kenney.
Good to be here.
What do you make of where we are at today and the Canadian government's response?
Well, it is a bizarre moment. The way this is entirely unfolded, the delay a month ago was based on the president accepting actions and reassurances on his putative national security concerns about fentanyl migration. And that situation has only improved demonstrably with respect to Canada. I can't speak for Mexico, but it is particularly bizarre when we see this happening on the same day that apparently he is announcing a suspension of military support for Ukraine, including aerial defense, which means cruise missiles slamming into apartment buildings, hospitals, and schools, Iranian-made Shahed drones, and an announcement of a desire to get into full, close economic partnership with Russia. This is being done ostensibly on national security grounds, and yet Canada, the closest historic ally of the United States, is facing a larger tariff than the 10 plus 10, the 20% imposed on the People's Republic of China, which according to Trump theorists constitutes the largest national security threat to the United States. So frankly, none of this makes sense unless you understand and take seriously the Trump trade doctrine. He sees this as a way of raising revenue for the US Treasury and pummeling neighboring economies that are integrated through NAFTA. And we better be prepared for this for the long haul. The notion that this is just a one-off or that this is some short-term tactical negotiating leverage, I think would be a big error on our part.
So let's talk about, so we got the retaliatory tariff list today. There'll be more on top of that. But one of the things that the Prime Minister said, Mr. Kenney, is that there will be other non-tariff measures to be considered. And you know what I'm going to ask you here, because Doug Ford this morning says he's slapping 25% tariffs on electricity to the states that Ontario serves. How much does this country have to prepare itself for putting export taxes on energy, on oil, on critical minerals, on the things that the United States needs from us?
Well, to be clear, if we were to do that, the tax goes on the Canadian producers, and there's only a limited extent to which we can pass that. Those producers can pass that on to the Americans. I, for one, believe that when you're dealing with these kinds of bully tactics, you have to have everything on the table and use calculated ambiguity. There is no doubt that President Trump, at one level at least, understands the critical role that Canadian oil imports play in the U.S. energy economy. After all, just a few days ago, he was once again renewing his call for a Keystone XL-style pipeline. Now, right now, 20% of U.S. oil imports come from Canada, primarily Alberta. 65% of U.S. imports come from Canada, but 20% of U.S. oil consumption is supplied by Canada. He was elected on a promise to cut gas prices in half. And yet today he's imposing a 10% tariff on the largest source of U.S. oil imports. None of this makes sense, which is why I think that we should be exercise, as I say, ambiguity about what the next steps might be. I don't think anything should be taken off the table or put on the table. All of our economic relations with the United States should be subject to review in this context of a trade war that he launched.
How immediately do you think your province, Alberta, and others will feel the impact of this? There are people, at home wondering if they'll have a job by the end of the week.
Yes, well, I would say that I think any really Canadian businesses that are particularly integrated and dependent on American orders will already have been feeling the impact of the uncertainty from the last several weeks. So I don't think there's a switch that's been flicked, which will have an immediate impact in the days to come. I'm much more concerned about the longer-term uncertainty that this creates for new capital investment in Canada. Yeah. If you are an international business, I'm right here at the big global mining conference, PDAC in Toronto right now. And if you're a big global business looking at potentially investing billions of dollars in mining production, for example, in Canada, and you wonder how long are these tariffs going to be in place, should you go somewhere else? I don't know, like Russia, he's just put a 25% tariff on Canadian potash imports to the United States. 80% of U.S. fertilizer is dependent on Canadian potash, while at the same time his administration is talking about lifting sanctions on Russian and Belarusian potash. To privilege potash that would fund the Russian war machine? What kind of message does that send to markets? I'm much more concerned about those long-term signals that could be sent that could really impair investment in this country when we're already suffering from a lack of it.
Well, let me end on that, and that is the markets and the message that the Prime Minister had directly to Americans. Is that the only hope here, that the markets are tanking, that Americans start to feel the pinch, and that the President has to pull back?
I think so, and I assume that's what caused him to hit the pause button a month ago when Chuck Grassley, for example, the dean of the Republican Senate caucus, pointed out that this meant a huge spike in input costs for Midwestern farmers who overwhelmingly voted for Donald Trump. There's one study suggesting that the 25% aluminum tariff could increase the price of an F-150, the most popular vehicle in the United States, by up to $8,000 US. That's a vehicle bought by MAGA voters. So I think when those things start to bite, input costs for ag, for gasoline, for vehicles, that I would hope that at least some cold-headed Republican senators will start to speak up for their constituents. And we all know that President Trump follows the stock market very closely, and presumably he's going to see the impact that this has on markets generally and his voters in particular.
Jason Kenney, former Premier of Alberta, thank you for jumping on so quickly. I'll let you get back to your mining conference. Thank you, sir. Nice to see you. I'm going to take you live now to Toronto, where Ontario Premier Doug Ford is speaking. Let's listen.
They will also hurt Americans. U.S. markets are on the decline. In fact, the S&P 500 has already wiped out over $3 trillion in value. Factory floors and assembly lines across the American Rust Belt will start to close. American workers will be out of a job. American families will be poorer. This is not the outcome anyone wanted. Over the past few months, we've taken a strong, united Team Canada approach. The federal government, provinces and territories, municipalities, unions, business leaders who have all made the case. We're so much stronger together. I've spoken to governors, senators, congressmen and women from every region, both Democrats and Republicans. They know, they tell me, these tariffs are a massive mistake. We could have stayed focused. We could have poured our effort into making Canada, the U.S., the two richest, most successful, safest, most secure two countries on the planet. Unfortunately, one man, President Trump, has chosen chaos instead. Now, we have no choice. We have to respond. Earlier this morning, Prime Minister Trudeau and his team announced retaliatory tariffs. They have my full support for a strong and forceful response. Tariff for tariff, dollar for dollar. As they do, the federal government needs to ensure it's getting revenues from its tariffs to impacted workers and businesses as soon as possible. To support the federal government's efforts, Ontario will also launch its first round of retaliation. Starting today, LCBO, the largest purchaser of alcohol in the world, will begin removing U.S. products from its store shelves. And as the exclusive wholesaler, American brands will no longer be available in LCBO catalog, meaning other retailers, bars, and restaurants in the province will no longer be able to restock U.S. products. This is an enormous hit to the American producers. Every year, the LCBO sells nearly $1 billion worth of U.S. wine, beer, cider, seltzers, and spirits, including more than 3,600 products from 35 states. As of today, every single one of these products is off the shelves. Also, starting today, all U.S.-based companies will be banned from taking part in government procurement. Every year, the province and its agencies spend about $30 billion on procurement, alongside our more than $200 billion plan to build infrastructure. U.S.-based businesses will now lose out on tens of billions of dollars in revenues. They only have President Trump to blame. I'm also urging all 444 municipalities to do the same, and I'm thrilled to see some are already stepping up. For example, Mayor Patrick Brown in the city of Brampton and many other cities. As part of this government-wide procurement ban, we're going one step further. We're ripping up Ontario's contract with Starlink. It's done, it's gone. We won't award contracts to people who enable and encourage economic attacks on our province and our country. Alongside federal tariffs and the measures my fellow premiers are bringing forward, this Team Canada's opening response. We also need to be ready to dig in for a long fight. We need to be ready to escalate using every tool in our toolkit. That includes surcharges or even outright restrictions on the critical minerals and electricity we supply to the United States. The critical minerals and electricity they depend on. Today, I'm writing to every senator, every congressman and woman, and the governors from New York State, Michigan, and Minnesota, telling them that these tariffs persist. If the Trump administration falls through on any more tariffs, we will immediately apply a 25% surcharge on the electricity we export. We will not hesitate to shut off their power as well. I'm encouraging my fellow premiers to follow suit. Friends, I know you're worried. You're concerned about the future. I want you to know I will fight like I've never fought before. I will do whatever it takes to protect you, your families, and your communities. We are watching the real-world impacts of these tariffs, and we will be there for you. We will spare no expense to protect Ontario workers. We'll retrain impacted workers for new jobs. We'll retool companies for new customers and new markets. We'll reshore supply chains to bring good jobs back home. And we'll rebuild roads, highways, bridges to keep people working. Led by my friend Premier Tim Houston, we're breaking down costly internal trade barriers. And we need to cut the red tape to end the delays that are blocking projects with enormous economic potential like the Ring of Fire. Canada and Ontario did not start this fight. We want to work with our American friends and allies, not against them. We said we'd never start a trade and tariff war with the U.S., but you better believe we're ready to win one. Friends, I've always been straight up with you. The coming days and weeks will be hard. Businesses and families will feel the pain of this needless fight. But together, we're going to stand up for Canada. We're going to get through this more united than ever before. Together, we're going to protect the true north strong and free. Thank you, and may God bless the people of Ontario.
We will now take questions from the media. Please come to the mic and state your name and outlet. Just a reminder, it's one question and one follow-up. First question.
Yes, I agree with the Prime Minister. That's what President Trump wants, to dismantle, close down plants, take food off our table. But I can tell the Canadian population and the Ontario population will fight like we've never fought before. The difference is the federal government, we have the lowest debt in the all G7. And Americans, the U.S., have one of the highest debts. And talking to the American people and all the elected officials, no one is agreeing. When Warren Buffett comes out and says this is basically, he's saying it's a disaster, along with every other CEO down in the U.S., this will affect Americans. It will hurt Canadians, but it's going to hurt Americans. The assembly lines in the auto sector will shut down within 10 days, I predict. Hopefully they won't, but I'm predicting they'll shut down because of the trade that we do back and forth, the supply chain. That parts, as you've heard many times, goes back and forth up to 8 times, each time hitting a 25% tariff on both sides of the border. I am almost positive the assembly plants will shut down on both sides of the border.
Premier Mark McAllister from City News.
Hi, Mark.
You've recognized the fact that this is going to hurt on this side of the border as well. The Prime Minister said that his priority first is to try and keep these tariffs from lasting any longer than they need to, not necessarily managing what can be done to help Canadians and deal with their loss. I'm just wondering what you can do right away to help people in terms of resources, perhaps cash.
I'll be sitting down with Prime Minister Trudeau this afternoon, along with the premiers. We do have a plan, so no different than the pandemic, very similar. We'll be supporting the people, we'll be supporting companies, and we're making sure that we diversify our trade, bring in more opportunities from around the world. Folks, we have 51 countries that we have tariff-free agreements with. We need to unite with them. We've brought over $70 billion of business from around the world to Ontario, but we need to continue. What we have to blame, we need to look in the mirror. Over the last decades, we've taken the U.S. for granted as our #1 trading partner. We need to speed up approvals on critical minerals that the world wants, the Americans need, and we have. We can no longer take 10 years to get shovels in the ground. This is what we need to do on many areas. We need to move quickly. We need to move quickly on infrastructure projects across Ontario. The federal government, they need to move quickly on making sure that when they go out for procurement, they're Canadian companies. They have to speed up the procurement. One example is the 400 light armored vehicles in London with General Dynamics. We can't hold on to these purchasing agreements. We need to move them forward to give people certainty. We need to start building roads and highways and bridges. We need to start building rail right across the country. We need to build a pipeline east, west, and north. We should have done this decades ago. Again, we need to move quickly on this because this isn't the end of Donald Trump. We're going to be dealing with Donald Trump for another 4 years of unpredictability, threats to all or their neighbors, but right around the world. So we have to make sure we diversify and make sure that the provinces, municipalities, and the federal government buy Ontario, and secondly, buy Canadian if we can't make it here in Ontario. And again, I mentioned it the other day to the retailers. Across Canada, we buy $800 billion worth of retail products, no matter if it's grocery or tools or other things. We have to make sure we onshore these products. And if the big 5 retailers or 6 retailers in the groceries, you can't find it anywhere else, we will make it here in Ontario or other places around the country. We need on the shelf talkers. I love, by the way, the apps that are coming out. But little Ms. Jones that are walking down the aisle, she's not using that app to scan every single bag and every single product. They need to put it very clearly on their shelves. And I'm asking for their support. And if they don't do it, I will legislate it. You put your price, you put the Canadian flag beside the price. And the other ones, I need every product from the U.S. to have the price in an American flag. You don't have to worry about any other products if they're coming from around the world. We aren't battling against the rest of the world. The battle is against President Trump. And I always emphasize, folks, I talk to endless Americans. I talk to endless elected officials. It is not them. Don't blame the American people. It's Donald Trump to be blamed for this.
Second question to follow up on that. You said an immediate surcharge on electricity being exported, 25%, but you said you will not hesitate to shut off power as well. At what point does that happen?
Well, this is going to be a long battle, and we have to keep our ammunition dry for the next round. As the Commerce Secretary came out and President Trump has said, another round is going to hit us on April the 2nd, and I'm highly recommending to President Trump, don't force our hand. You underestimate Canadians, you're making a massive mistake. We're resilient, we're proud, and we're strong, and we will survive, and we will continue to thrive. We'll get through this together.
Richard Southern, 680 News Radio. Premier, no doubt many Ontarians are happy to hear that you're ripping up the contract with Starlink, but can you tell them today what the break fee is? How many of their tax dollars are still going to Starlink as part of the break fee?
Well, I'll be getting that information, but it's principle, Richard. This is principle. To cancel Starlinks to President Trump's right-hand man, Elon Musk. And isn't it ironic that he got educated, part of his education was at Queen's, and he's attacking the country and the province that gave him the opportunity to go to Queen's University? They should be embarrassed that he went to Queen's. He should be embarrassed to attack the people that took care of him for a number of years with his family.
Premier, will the LCBO be selling the American alcohol it has already purchased? And if not, is there a financial cost attached to that for Ontarians?
We're going to store it for what we have right now, and we'll wait until the tariffs come off the table. And then, depending on where we're at, we'll restock the shelves. But in the last a few days, we've been sending a letter down to the governors and all the suppliers of the states saying that these tariffs continue, they're coming off. And as I always use the bourbon as an example, but there's many. But the governor of Kentucky said, don't touch our bourbon. And I said, Governor, that's the first thing we're going after. We're going after their bourbon. I can tell you the people in Kentucky, they're great people. Do anything, but don't touch the bourbon. Well, we're the largest purchaser of bourbon in the world for Kentucky bourbon manufacturers. They're done, they're gone. And I want to thank Senator Mitch McConnell that stood up, one of the few senators, and the other senator slipped my mind from Wisconsin, that actually stood up against Donald Trump. I encourage other congresspeople, other senators, other governors to stand up to Donald Trump. He's two votes short in Congress. If he loses 2 votes, he'll be short of getting his tax breaks. So the congresspeople in the red states, you need to speak up for your people, because your factories are going to be empty, they're going to be shut down, there's going to be unemployment, inflation's going to hit, and it's going to hurt the American people. You need to speak up against Donald Trump and speak up for your people. That's what we do here in Canada.
Hey, Premier Barbara with QP Briefing. So when you called the election, you said you needed Ontarians' approval to pass your economic support package to protect the economy, but now that the tariffs really hit us, you can't get this done until mid-March when the legislature is back. So I'm just wondering, do you regret calling this election now?
No, that's totally inaccurate, first of all. I'm going to set the record straight. We can do anything right now without going back in the legislature. And secondly, Elections Ontario Act cannot swear in MPPs till March the 17th. Our cabinet is active right now, and we can do whatever we need to do to protect the people of Ontario.
So the other question I have, the Prime Minister said he thinks that the tariffs are not about fentanyl, and that's just the legal justification behind what Trump is doing. So I'm wondering, what do you think the tariffs are about?
Well, number one, I believe in strengthening our border. I've believed in that for the last 7, 8 years. But was it a smokescrreen? Absolutely, it was a smokescreen. Did we listen to President Trump about tightening up our border? We absolutely did. We've spent over, I think it was $1.5 billion, somewhere around that range with the federal government. We have Operation Deterrence with our OPP, and I want to thank our OPP. I want to thank Commissioner Creek for putting a great team of 200 officers together to patrol the borders, making sure that we have the drones, we have the helicopters, we have water vehicles, we have ATVs, boots on the ground. And I just want to thank the incredible job all our police services across our great province and our great country. We'll always have their backs.
Hello, Premier. Stephanie Hughes, Bloomberg. As far as your jurisdiction goes, how will you actually implement cutting off or putting outright restrictions on critical minerals and electricity into the U.S.? What does that process look like?
Well, the federal government is in charge of any export. So we will be working with the federal government regarding, I use our high-grade nickel, that the U.S., 50% of what they use down there comes from Ontario. If we have to stockpile it, if we have to ship it around the world, that's what we'll do. But I'll be sitting down talking with the Prime Minister this afternoon on the process of going through that.
Follow-up question. Canada's biggest points of leverage with the U.S. are oil, uranium, and potash. What do you have to say about the premiers of Alberta and Saskatchewan who might be expressing reluctance to put taxes on their products there?
Well, I have absolutely no jurisdiction in Saskatchewan. I consider Scott Moe a good friend of mine. I've served with him longer than any other premier, and I've talked to him. We need to make sure America feels the pain. You know, Donald Trump wants to go after our dairy farmers. Without potash down there, they don't have a farming system. And when it comes to uranium, they're using that to enrich their uranium down in the U.S. for their nuclear energy. Again, I do not speak for Saskatchewan or on behalf of Premier Moe, but I will encourage him to ship uranium anywhere. Everyone wants wants his uranium. Ship it out other places, because the only other place they can get uranium is in Russia. And I see President Trump cozying up to Putin. What a disaster that is. He attacks his closest friends and neighbors, stood shoulder to shoulder with them in wars and other crises. And who does he cozy up to? But Putin. You got to be kidding me. You know something? The American people don't agree with him, and he will pay the price in the midterms.
Premier Jeff Gray, Globe and Mail, just wanted to clarify on the energy surtax idea. Your energy minister told me yesterday that this requires enabling legislation, so you will need the legislature, and that's at least a few weeks away. So can you clarify the timing on when you could actually impose such a charge on U.S. electricity?
Well, we are looking into it. We've asked Secretary D'Emanuel to come up with a system, anything that we can move quicker on this. Maybe we can regulate it, something. Because I don't always accept we can't. Matter of fact, I hate the word we can't. We can come up with a solution and come up with it immediately, because we need to act immediately.
And I wanted to ask, just following up on something you said yesterday about the $70 billion in investment that your government has secured from companies around the world, Stellantis, Volkswagen, the subsidies and so on. Have you had any conversations with those companies about the current status of those investments, which must be, you mentioned they're worried, they must be extremely worried and tentative now?
It's the word uncertainty, and thank you for that question. It's uncertainty. I know Minister Vic Fedeli is working hand in hand with them. I've talked to some part suppliers, and I'll be reaching out to the six major auto manufacturers here in Ontario. It's not just going to hurt the auto workers here. It goes hand in hand because of the supply chain. The supply chain in the auto pack has been around since the 1960s. And as I've said, and you know, with the auto pack, you can't unscramble an egg. You have to make the omelet larger.
Hi, Premier. Alison Jones with the Canadian Press. I just wanted to try and clarify again on the timing of your electricity measures. For the surcharge and for potentially shutting off the supply, are you waiting on both of those scores until more tariffs come in? Are both of those moves contingent on if they implement more tariffs?
We want to do the first part, a 25% surcharge. We have contacted the governors, senators, congresspeople. The letters are going out this afternoon to tell them that's exactly what we're going to do. And if they go further into April, then we'll cut off their electricity. You know, I feel terrible because they're great governors. I know all three of them. I've worked well with them. You know, I've met them all. We've had them to Ontario. They're great people. And I have to apologize to the governors and the American people. You need to make sure you send a message to President Trump. This is hurting Americans. This is hurting his red states. And isn't it amazing he had a mandate to lower cost, lower inflation, create more jobs, and it's working against them. People are going to be losing their jobs. There isn't going to be new jobs. Inflation's going through the roof. And as I told my American friends on the networks, and I changed it from the Canadian to the American, but the stock market, I predicted the other day, will go downhill quicker than the American bobsled team. And what's happening? Over $3 trillion. And it's just tanking right now. That says everything. When the market drops, that's the people speaking. That's investors around the world speaking. That's pension funds speaking. And all the CEOs down in the US of the largest corporations in the world. I heard Walmart made a statement, Target's made a statement, many others are saying this is going to be a disaster. Prices are going to go up in the next few days. And isn't this a shame that the two greatest friends, greatest allies in the world, that one man, President Trump, decides to turn their whole country and our country and Mexico into absolute chaos right now. He needs to pay the price in the midterms. If I got to go down there and knock on the doors myself, I will.
And you're banning American companies from future procurement, ripping up the Starlink deal. Are there any other contracts you would be considering terminating, or is that off the table?
I've asked the Ontario Public Service, the deputy ministers and our ministers to go through with a fine-tooth comb and anything, no matter if it's services through the tech sector or any other products, we need to stop immediately. And if they come at us, sue us, so be it. We're standing up for Ontario, we're standing up for Canada, and we're willing to fight in court. This is about principle, making sure that we send a message to Donald Trump, and unfortunately, the American people are going to pay for his actions because they elected him in, and they're going to pay the price. And I want to inflict as much pain as we possibly can until we get to a deal of the USMCA. He says that we can't withstand this. Well, he's going to find out what we can and can't withstand. Sure, it's going to be tough. It's going to be very tough. But I've never seen patriotism like I've seen running wild across the country. When I go into the grocery store and I see people turning the bag around to read where it was made, they shouldn't have to do that. The retailers need to act, and I'll be calling all the retailers, the CEOs, to act immediately on the shelf talkers. You should be able to walk down the aisle and see if it's Canadian or American instantly. And I know, I understand there's some things you might just have to buy, right, out of the US. But for the most part, even if we switch our buying power just a little bit, as much as we possibly can, that the Canadian people are doing, I'm seeing it here in Ontario, that's going to put pressure on the US. And it's going to put pressure on companies like Procter & Gamble, Unilever, Nestle. Those are some of the big companies that ship in a ton of products here. So the CEOs of those three companies and many others, you need to get a message, you need to get your lobbyists, you need to do something and call President Trump and call him out for how he's going to lose jobs in the US because of his reckless decisions.
Hi, Premier. Lorenda Redekop with CBC News. You talked about the auto industry and that those plants on both sides of the border could close within 10 days. I've heard even shorter than that from other people. Yes. Is there another industry that you are most concerned about where there could immediately be those types of closures?
I am manufacturing. Manufacturing of all goods. We're an economic powerhouse in North America. We can manufacture anything and everything here because of the skills of the people here in Ontario. So I'm very concerned about that as well.
You've talked about Buy Canadian. We're seeing that from a lot of Ontarians right now. We're also hearing them talk about not wanting to travel to the U.S. I know you have some pretty deep connections south of the border. I don't know for you personally if this will affect your travel.
You know, something that I can't dictate. Like if some family goes down to California or Arizona or Florida, I can't control that. And I would say carry on. But the biggest impact that we could have is right here in Canada, right here in Ontario. Stop buying U.S. goods.
I just wanted to clarify. I was talking about your travel, not family.
Oh, my travel. If I got to go down on business, I'll go down on business. If I have to go to Washington, I'll go to Washington. If I have to go down and visit governors, I'll go down and visit governors. You know, again, I can't tell people to restrict their travel. A lot of people. I'll give you an example because this is a good question. 3.2 million Canadians go to Florida every single year. They own $30 billion, with a B, $1 billion worth of real estate. They pay $1 billion of taxes, and they spend approximately $10 billion. And guess what Governor DeSantis says? Well, they'll still come down. And I'm sure they will, but what an attitude. You know, what an attitude. You should be grateful 3.2 million Canadians come down there. And again, I'm not blaming the people, the residents of Florida. They're great people. I'm not telling people don't travel or anything. But when you're in Canada, do your very best, very, very best to buy Canadian products. And as well, in my next press conference, I'll come out with all the cars that we manufacture right here in Ontario, through Toyota, through Honda, through General Motors. I know Stellantis is retooling, as well as Ford. And Volkswagen, we want to continue moving forward, building the largest battery facility in North America.
Hey, good afternoon, Premier Colin DeMello from Global News. During the election, you had mentioned, or you had proposed something in the neighborhood of $18 billion in terms of economic supports.
Yes.
Can you actually deliver those economic supports without the legislature first voting on it?
Yes, we can. Yeah, I confirm that, Colin. We can move forward and get that done. We're going to be there. I'll spare no expense, just similar to the pandemic. I'm going to support the people. I have the confidence in the people of Ontario. We will bounce back stronger and more united than ever. We've learned lessons here. We've learned lessons that we shouldn't be taking 10 years when there's hundreds of billions, if not $1 trillion worth of critical minerals the world want, and we're hitting barrier after barrier, no matter if it's a federal government or other areas. The federal government, when it comes to critical minerals and the Constitution, it falls under the provinces and the territories. Please get out of our way. We need to get shovels in the ground. We need to get these minerals back up and shipped out right across the world and across Ontario.
So can we then talk about the speed at which you're going to deploy those resources? Because part of that was a $5 billion Protect Ontario fund that businesses could draw from. At what point will that fund be available?
We're going to have a discussion today, and thank you for that, Colin. We're going to have a discussion today with the Prime Minister and the other premiers and see what sectors are getting hit the hardest. But I encourage the federal government, all the tariff money needs to go back to the people and the businesses immediately, as quickly as they can, to support these businesses and support the people, and we're there.
Good afternoon, Premier. It's Rob Ferguson, Toronto Star. Just wondering, do you have any other premiers on your side on either export taxing on electricity or other energy, or cutting off altogether? I think maybe Quebec, but I'm not sure.
I've had many conversations. I had one with Premier Legault. I don't want to make it a habit of speaking on behalf of other provinces. Premier Houston is in the next room. He'll be coming out right after I'm done here. You can ask them. You can also get your affiliates across the country to ask them. But I'll be a strong voice as the chair of the Federation this year on our call with the premiers and with the Prime Minister, encouraging all the premiers, no matter if it's BC shipping electricity, Manitoba shipping electricity, Quebec shipping electricity, Ontario shipping electricity, and I'm sure New Brunswick and some other East Coast provinces ship electricity. I can't force anyone. That's going to be up to them. I will encourage them. We have to work as Team Canada across the board. And we have incredible premiers, by the way. I'm blessed to be the chair of the Federation with incredible 12 other premiers, including myself, be 13 other premiers across the province. We have a strong, strong team, and we work so well together.
Okay, that is the Ontario Premier Doug Ford responding to the news today that 25% tariffs have been put in place on Canadian exports by Donald Trump, 10% on Canadian energy. He is retaliating as a province, pulling all liquor and alcohol off the shelves of the LCBO in Ontario. That is significant because it is the largest purchaser of alcohol in the world. Kentucky in particular, very concerned about this, given the amount of bourbon that they produce. I spoke to the governor of Kentucky a few weeks back, and he was very concerned for how this would affect his state. Several other measures that he's putting in place as well. You see there also on the side of your screen, Pierre Poilievre is responding. We'll bring that to you in its entirety in just a moment. But Andrew Furey is the Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador, and he's been patiently waiting. So I want to get to you, Mr. Furey. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. How are you?
I'm good. So what do you make of where we are today? This has happened now. We had the pause and now it's in place, and the federal government has responded with $30 billion in counter tariffs and an additional 125 in a few weeks' time. Do you believe that that is the right response, Premier?
I do. I think it's time for Canadians to see this as what it is, for what it is. It's an attack on our economy, but it's conflating the issue of our sovereignty as well. So when we're formulating a response and a strategy, we have to be very measured, very balanced, very proportional, which I think the federal government has been, but not to lose sight in the pursuit of an acute solution what I believe to be the president's real agenda, which is an imperialistic, expansive one, that we stand firm and have the courage and the resolve to stand up for our Canadian values and who we are as Canadians and our independence. So the president has always conflated issues. From the very beginning, I said this fentanyl business, while it's important that we take fentanyl off the streets, was a red herring. It was conflation to cause confusion that would lead to exactly what he's done today, to rationalize putting in the tariffs. But make no mistake, Rosie, this isn't a direct attack on Canadians, on the country of Canada, not just the economy of Canada, but the country of Canada.
And Premier, what are you going to be doing in your province specifically to counter these measures? What kind of measures are you going to take?
Sure. So we fully support the federal government's proportional response. I think it's balanced. I think it's measured. From Newfoundland and Labrador's perspective, we'll continue to meet the moment by doing items and instruments that, for example, Premier Ford just talked about, and removing American liquor from the shelves of our liquor corporation. We'll also be looking at removing procurement barriers for Canadian companies and removing Americans from the procurement process if and when possible. In addition to that, we need to use the muscle memory, the institutional knowledge that we had from COVID to ensure that the policy instruments are in place, both from a subnational and national level, to support workers in industries, not just in the ones that are immediately impacted, but the adjacent industries as well.
You heard Premier Ford there. He is determined, he says, to use energy, electricity in particular, as leverage against the handful of states that Ontario serves. He is going to implement a 25% surcharge. He says he feels badly about it, but he feels it is important to do. And if it comes down to it, he's also willing to just shut it down entirely. What did you make of that? And are you also prepared to take those measures when it comes to energy?
Look, I think we need to meet the moment with the correct response. I think it's time to be calm and collected and balanced in our response. Escalation is not necessarily going to win the day here. That's not to say that we can't be firm in the response. I can't wait to speak with Premier Ford and the Prime Minister in a couple of hours from now on the First Minister's call. I think energy, as you heard me say from day one, if we're playing a game of chess, it's the queen, and we can't take the queen out too early. So I'm interested to hear Premier Ford's rationale behind. There's an extreme difference between export tariffs and exclusion altogether. And I'm interested to hear the strategy and thinking behind this. But I worry sometimes that threats of exclusion could cause escalation, and we need to just make sure that we have the careful balance here. But my message on this First Minister's call is going to be that while there is the pursuit of the acute economic and fiscal issues, which are real, we can't lose sight of protecting who we are.
Last question to you. I believe the last time we talked about this very issue, Premier, we did talk about the industries that would be hit hardest in the immediate, in the short term, and I believe it was the crab industry. But what do you think you are going to see in your province over the course of the next number of days? Who will be directly impacted quickly by this?
Certainly, the fishery is most important right now because they're at a critical time where they set the price for the fishery, and I guess in some respects this creates some certainty in that we know that the 25% is going to be there, so it'll allow both sides to come together to set a price. The issue is if the price is worth fishing for, of course. So that is going to be the industry that's immediately impacted, but we're going to work with harvesters to support them, with adjacent industries, including fish plant workers, truckers, to support them. But we also need to use this moment of disruption immediately to diversify our markets. And that's why our ministers are spread across the world in order to make them aware of the great product that we have in Newfoundland and Labrador, and that we can get it to them because we have access to title. One of our disadvantages in the past when it comes to manufacturing has been that we are an island or a northern portion of Canada in the middle of the North Atlantic. Now that can be perceived as an advantage because we can ship our energy, we can ship our critical minerals, and we can ship our fish anywhere to the world.
Okay, Premier, I'm going to leave it there. Thank you for jumping on and making the time. I know you'll get on that Premier's call and hopefully have a good conversation. Appreciate your time today, sir.
Thanks very much.
That's Premier Andrew Furey, the Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador, reminding you that Pierre Poilievre was just up in the foyer of the House of Commons. Let's listen to his comments now.
At 12:01 a.m., President Trump stabbed America's best friend in the back. My message to the President is this: Canada will fight back. We will defend our people and our economy, and we will put Canada first. There is no doubt that our economy will suffer, but so will yours, President Trump. In fact, you're already paying the price, with trillions of dollars erased in stock market value over the last month of these threats. Already, Americans are paying higher gas prices, as at midnight, a new American gas tax kicked in on U.S. working-class taxpayers and motorists. Your workers will soon start losing jobs they had upgrading Canadian raw materials, which, by the way, you were getting at an incredible and ridiculous bargain, and your businesses will be selling fewer products to your closest neighbor. And that's only the beginning. While Canadians are slow to anger and quick to forgive, once provoked, we fight back, and we will fight back. Now, I'd like to speak to the millions of Canadians who are anxious today after learning that President Trump has attacked our economy, to the auto workers, the forestry workers, the steel and aluminum workers, the mining and energy workers, the truckers, the farmers, to all of you who get out of bed before the sun rises and do the labor of the nation. You are afraid right now, and I understand. I want you to know that I will fight for you. I will fight for your job. I will fight for your family. I will fight for your chance at owning and paying off a home, and I will fight for your retirement. And I will fight to put Canada first. Before these tariffs came in this morning, you must have been asking yourself, how could things get any worse? Before these tariffs, you were already suffering. You wondered how you'd pay the rent, or eventually dream of buying a home after housing costs had doubled over the last decade, rising faster than in any other G7 country. You've downgraded your diet, as food prices have risen 37% faster in Canada than in the United States over the last 5 years. You might be one of the 2 million people, a record-breaking number, lined up at food banks, a number that has more than doubled before these tariffs applied. You've likely noticed that your paycheck is not keeping up with the record inflation, as Canada's GDP has grown less and lower than any other G7 country over the last decade. You might have noticed that your company has already been moving jobs to the United States, as greedy and self-serving CEOs put their share prices ahead of your job, and $500 billion net has left from Canada to Trump's America under the current Liberal government. And now this. But I'm here with a message of hope. We will overcome this attack on our economy. and I have a plan to do it. First, we must retaliate, targeting American goods in the following order. A, goods that we can make ourselves. B, goods we don't need. And C, goods we can get from elsewhere. Second, counter tariffs must not be a cash cow for the government. Almost every penny of the tariffs collected should go to tax cuts, with a small sum set aside for targeted relief to workers hardest hit by the trade war. None of the money should go to new government spending and programs. We must not allow politicians to dishonestly use this crisis to once again launch a debt-fueled, money-printing spending spree that will drive up inflation and further destroy the working class and hit the poorest people the hardest. Third, we must immediately pass a bring-it-home tax cut on work, investment, energy, and home building. The idea is to neutralize the cost of the tariffs with lower taxes and incentivize massive new investment in building stuff here in this country. The obvious place to start is to get rid of the Liberal carbon tax, then axe the sales tax on new homes. We need to reverse the Liberal capital gains tax hike and slash income tax so that hard work pays off and you bring home more of each dollar you earn. Fourth, we must immediately repeal the Liberal No New Pipelines Law, C-69, a law that not only blocks all pipelines but stops mines, refineries, export plants, and all kinds of other energy infrastructure and makes us hopelessly reliant on one customer, the Americans, a customer we cannot count on anymore. We must greenlight LNG plants that Liberals say there is no business case for so that we can no longer have to sell our 100% of our LNG, our gas exports to the Americans. We can sell it to Asia and Europe and help break the European dependence on Putin, turning dollars for dictators into paychecks for our people. 5, you know what industry Donald Trump does not control in Canada? Home building. It is a homegrown industry. We must get rid of all taxes and red tape to unleash the biggest home building boom this country has ever seen, bigger than the post-war boom when our heroes were coming back from that war. We need to build homes faster than ever, and that means removing the bureaucracy, the red tape, the taxes, and the gatekeepers, and I will make it happen. That will also boost the demand for softwood lumber. The loggers are suffering after Biden hit them with tariffs already. And 6, let's get our provinces together to knock down trade barriers so that we can lower prices and boost wages for our people. 7, we must secure our borders and rebuild our military to assert our sovereignty and strength in the world. All these things, axing taxes, building homes, unleashing construction of our resources, fixing the budget, stopping crime, all of these things were conservative fixations before the tariffs. Now they are even more necessary. But none of these things have happened in the last 100 days since Trump first launched his tariff threats. Look behind me. Parliament has been closed. Liberals shut it down to focus on their political battles. So the job-killing carbon tax is still in place. The sales tax is still in place on new homes. The No New Pipelines Law still in place. The massive inflationary deficits still in place. Not one law has been changed. Not one tax has been cut. Not one action has been taken to free us from the grip of Trump and the U.S. We need change, and we will get change. It will be tough. Building Canada was tough, and so are Canadians. We will bring home the country we know and love and restore its promise. Canada will be self-reliant, sovereign, and stand on its own 2 feet. We will build on the great legacy and vision of John A. Macdonald of uniting our country east to west. We'll reward work, unleash entrepreneurs, harvest resources, make our own goods, trade with each other, build homes for our youth, rebuild our borders and military, honor our history, and raise our flag. What binds us together is the Canadian promise that anyone from anywhere can achieve anything, that hard work gets you a great life in a beautiful house on a safe street protected by solid borders and brave troops under a proud flag. To preserve that flag and its promise, we must work together, fight together, and win together. That is what it means to put Canada first, because Canada is worth fighting for our people, for our land, for our home, for our country. Let's bring it home.
Do you agree with the tariffs? What do you think Donald Trump wants by imposing these tariffs? What do you think Donald Trump wants by imposing these
Est-ce qu'on devrait mettre en place des programmes d'aide pour aider les Canadiens? Et plus généralement, lorsque le gouvernement fédéral met en place des programmes d'aide, doit-il dépenser de l'argent?
The government has to bring in relief programs. That means spending money. Well, will be targeted so that we're going to directly meet the needs of Canadians as a result of this trade war. But we should not be using this crisis in order to create other programs not associated with the trade war. As we saw during the pandemic, the government brought in a lot of other programs during COVID-19 that were not associated with the pandemic. So we have to put support in place and have it targeted to those people who are directly affected. Employment insurance has to be there to help people to pay for their groceries and other costs, but at the same time, the vast majority of the money raised through the tariffs should be used to cut taxes in order to boost our economy. Now, the executive order that we see today is associated with fentanyl. Do you think the government did enough on that? And do you believe President Trump's argument that it was because of fentanyl that this order came about? The answer is no and no. It's true that the Liberals did not do enough to protect Canadians from fentanyl. I said that 2 or 3 years ago, well before Mr. Trump regained power. But that is not a justification. He has no justification for introducing tariffs against Canada. There is no possible justification. There are guns and fentanyl and illegal immigrants that coming from the United States into Canada. Is that his fault? That's not an excuse. Yes, we have to tackle fentanyl, but not to please Donald Trump. It's to ensure that no mayor receives a knock on the door to be told that his son has died from fentanyl. We have to bring in life sentences for drug sellers. We have to add another 2,000 border agents. We have to have scanners and surveillance equipment at the border. We absolutely must stop fentanyl coming into this country, not for Mr. Trump, but for Canadians.
Sorry, I didn't get a chance to say that in English. The question was, have the Liberals done enough on fentanyl, and is that a good justification for Trump's tariffs? And the answer to both questions is no and no. No, the Liberals have not done enough on fentanyl, but not because they should have been doing it for Trump. They should have been doing it for Canadians. We've lost 50,000 people to fentanyl. That's more than died in the Second World War. And that is because of the weak borders, the soft laws, and the radical liberalization of drugs that the Liberals experimented with and that they want to continue on with. I would ban the drugs, add 2,000 CBSA border guards, more surveillance towers, scanners, and drones to interrupt the illegal entry of fentanyl into our country. And I would treat fentanyl dealers for what they are. They are mass murderers, and they will get life sentences when I'm Prime Minister. But let's be clear, that is not a justification for tariffs. We have guns, drugs, and illegal migrants coming from the United States to Canada. We have never tariffed the Americans for that. If the president wants to fight fentanyl, I agree with him, but I would do it not for President Trump. I would do it for Canadians so that not one more mother gets the knock on the door from a police officer telling her that her son has died in a back alley.
Do you believe that this is about annexing Canada?
Tariff relief support package, whatever you want to call it, require reopening the House and passing legislation. Is this something you're open to doing, even if it requires supporting the Liberals on
Well, we should have had the House open for the last 2 months. Well, we haven't. That's a question for the Liberals. They're the ones that shut down Parliament, and that's why we haven't had those debates.
Last question.
Le président américain a dit que vous êtes. He's not a MAGA guy.
President
I don't like what he says about me.
In that context, how can you possibly think of establishing a personal relationship with Mr. Trump? What will your strategy be? Well, it's true. I am not a MAGA guy. I'm for Canada first. I know that Mr. Trump doesn't like me, and that's fine. I'm not working for him. It doesn't interest me to be liked by Mr. Trump or anyone else. I'm here for Canadians first. And I will defend our country, our jobs, our security, and our sovereignty. Whatever politicians around the world may think of me.
Well, I'll answer.
Is that what the end game here for Donald Trump?
Let me be clear. I'm going to combine the two questions. The gentleman asked in French about President Trump's comments on me. The president says that he doesn't like me. He doesn't think that I'm a MAGA guy. I am not. It is true that I am Canada first. I am only for Canada. I'm fighting for the interests of this people and this country. And if that upsets foreign leaders, including the American president, I'm fine with that, because I have one job to do, and it's to fight for this country. And let me be also clear. We will never be the 51st state. We will be self-reliant, sovereign, and stand on our own feet. We will be an independent and a sovereign country, and I will always stand up for our flag and our people.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, that is the leader of the official opposition, Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre, responding to the news today of the tariffs that have now been put in place on Canada and Canada's response in counter tariffs, saying that he wants to make sure that programs are not created out of this that will end up supporting Canadians beyond this crisis. He is calling for targeted support with EI, and he says that the money that is collected from the counter tariffs should be used to cut taxes. Pierre Poilievre also calling for Parliament to be recalled. Remember, it is prorogued until the end of March. The much more likely scenario is probably that we will be in an election before Parliament actually comes back. The CBC's Janice McGregor is still here with me in Ottawa. We've heard from a lot of people since we last spoke, Janice. So just maybe some final thoughts from you on what we're hearing as in terms of a united response and whether everyone seems to be generally on the same page about what the federal government is doing.
Yeah, that's right. And interesting to see the contrast between a premier like Doug Ford, who just won an election and is now kind of free to plunge into this, versus opposition leader Pierre Poilievre, who is on the cusp of an election. And I think used this opportunity to speak to Canadians on the issue of the tariffs, yes, but also to deliver a version of his stump speech and to try to get the message across that the solutions that he is offering Canadians at this time, the priorities that he says his party would have should they form government, are things that they were thinking about even before the tariffs. And now they see reason, because of the tariffs, to double down on these very same things. So sort of taking the agenda they already had and have been trying to communicate and position for months now, and put it into kind of a very changed context this spring. Interesting to see him deliberately wanting to get that message out at the end in both English and French about how he's not a MAGA guy. I think all of us kind of sort of lean forward to listen closely to that. We, of course, have seen Donald Trump and Justin Trudeau have an adversarial relationship. Should Pierre Poilievre be Prime Minister? What that relationship would look like, I think, is something a lot of people are wondering as sort of different sort of things move along here. And Poilievre sort of vowing that he has one job to fight, notwithstanding the comparisons some people have made to the style of the politician or the nature of the populism with Poilievre's kind of movement in the Conservative Party. Now he's sort of wanting to make sure that this differentiation is clear for Canadians at a time when they're anxious. And indeed, anxiety, I think, and this, you know, from a party where they still are running TV ads about how Canada is broken, the anxiety kind of in the message from Poilievre and sort of, I understand you're hurting, I understand you're anxious, and I am the solution for that, kind of woven throughout sort of those remarks, and I think in a very deliberate way that echoes again the stump speeches we've seen from him for some time now. But a very kind of different response for someone aspiring to an office versus the premiers who are actually sort of in a position to act right away on things, and the tone contrast has been interesting as the morning's gone on here.
Yeah, and also not to discount the fact that the polling environment is changing pretty dramatically in this country right now as well, and Pierre Poilievre, well aware of that, is trying to make sure that Canadians see him as someone who could take on Donald Trump, and that will ultimately, I'm sure, be the ballot box question in the election. I guess a final thought from you, Janice, on what happens next? Is that a fair question? I mean, this is going to, this is going to unfold.
Ones, eh?
I know this is going to unfold, but the Prime Minister seemed optimistic, I will say, in his comments that Canada can withstand this. But I know that it is far from clear how long this is going to go and what the damage will be.
I think from the Canadian side, and I'm not going to pretend to speculate what might happen in terms of U.S. political reaction. No. But in terms of the Canadian side, this is what I would watch for as the day goes on and through the First Minister's meeting and so on. This staging of the response, right? First this, then this, then this. It seems like that is not all locked in, that there are still conversations that need to be had. That big card that Doug Ford is kind of pulling out and waving around about electricity, it seems that they haven't figured out the how of that or the timing of that. So what Ontario's doing initially, kind of what he called sort of like the opening response, the pulling the booze off and canceling the contracts, versus kind of the bigger card, what Andrew Fury was pointing out, you don't bring your queen out too soon in chess. The staging of this and getting everyone on the same page, because this is no longer hypothetical. Up till today, when they talked about these things, it was hypothetical. It is not a drill anymore, kids. We're actually kind of mounting this war and getting the generals all together to agree on how we're going to do this, then this on this timeline. Yeah. And as we were talking about earlier, the retaliatory measures, which remember, Canadians in some cases pay, and that's why they are very targeted. And in time of inflation, which everyone is concerned about, balancing that with the need for government to have their backs as workers, as industries, et cetera. Poilievre thinks that anything collected in retaliation should go back in form of tax cuts. I think from others we've heard that could become a point of differentiation in the political debate to come this spring. Certain groups need subsidies? Do certain groups need targeted investments? Do certain groups need different kinds of help versus a general kind of, as Poilievre would say, bring it home tax cut for everybody? These are going to be policy differences that are going to be explored in the political debates in the various jurisdictions. And so I think we are going to see a sequencing of things. It won't be all at once. It will be probably, unfortunately, a long battle that plays out over time. And don't skip ahead. Here we are today. There's going to be a lot to work on.
The CBC's Janice McGregor in Ottawa. Thanks for your expertise all morning, Janice.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it very much. I'm going to bring in now the CBC's Katie Simpson in Washington, because there has already been some response to some of the comments from the Prime Minister, Katie.
Yeah, I reached out to the White House to see if there was any reaction from the president or the Trump administration to what Canada had announced. And some of those pointed words that the Prime Minister used in describing this moment, in assessing the shift in geopolitics with, President Trump going after and attacking an ally, when at the same time seeming to cozy up with an adversary, being Vladimir Putin of Russia. And the White House got back to me and pointed me towards Donald Trump's latest post on Truth Social. And it says, I believe we can bring it up on screen. It says, please explain to Governor Trudeau of Canada that when he puts on a retaliatory tariff on the U.S., our reciprocal tariff will immediately increase by a like amount. There's a couple of things to unpack there. One, again, the governor thing with Donald Trump talking about Canada becoming the 51st state. But the thing that we need to sort of take real close notice of there is about the retaliatory tariff. The original executive order had a retaliation clause that the U.S. Could go forward with by escalating the tariffs even further if Canada, Mexico, or China did decide to retaliate in kind. So that does exist. But we also know that Donald Trump has a series of additional tariffs that he's expecting to roll out in early April, what he calls reciprocal tariffs. So if a tariff exists in some other country, Donald Trump and the Trump administration administration plan to impose a reciprocal tariff on those countries, or it's not just tariffs, it could be a whole wide range of non-tariff barriers, things like VAT taxes and taking aim at people that are countries that have digital services taxes, that kind of thing. So the way to sort of, anytime Donald Trump makes a threat like that, the way that we've seen the federal government at least respond to it, they need to actually see the paper. What exactly is it? Is it going to come in the form of an executive order? Is Donald Trump referring to the retaliation clause in that original executive order, or does this relate to what's coming in April? Again, unclear at this moment, and everyone will now be watching to see what Donald Trump has to say later today. It is a very big day for the Trump administration. Donald Trump will be giving sort of, it's not technically a State of the Union address. It's a joint address to Congress. He's just been president for 6 weeks or so now, 5 weeks or so now. So it is a joint statement rather than a State of the Union. And he's really going to be selling his vision to build the economy to Americans, as well as some of the changes he's implemented in the short time since he's returned to the White House. Now, a big thing that Canada and the rest of the world will obviously be watching is what is he going to do or say to sell tariffs to Americans. Americans are expected to be feeling the pinch of this very quickly, but it hasn't set in just yet, right? This is just kicking in right now. And so this is possibly an opportunity for Donald Trump to try and get ahead of it, to try to get his messaging out there before the real economic pain really filters down to Americans. So the things we'll be watching for now: what exactly does Donald Trump mean in terms of escalation? Is it related to the retaliation clause in the original executive order? Is it going to be part of new tariffs coming in April? That kind of thing. And then what is it he's going to say to Americans tonight to try and sell this vision? But again, remember, there are some other really big pressing issues right now in the United States, with the massive change to the federal government, the purge that's underway, the mass firings, the mass layoffs, reduction in spending, that kind of thing, that really has captured the attention of Americans. But make no mistake, if life gets more expensive as expected as a result of these tariffs, if Americans have an even more difficult time trying to buy groceries, trying to pay their rent, trying to pay their mortgage, trying to provide for their children, this will become an acute issue very quickly.
Katie Simpson, thank you. You've got a long day still ahead of you. Thank you for being part of our coverage. As always, we appreciate your expertise there. Thanks. The CBC's Katie Simpson in Washington. All right, let's just remind you where we are on this extraordinary day in this country's history. Donald Trump went ahead with those 25% tariffs on Canadian exports, 10% on Canadian energy, went into effect at midnight. The Canadian Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, responded, saying that Canada's first round of retaliatory tariffs will total $30 billion. But in the next few weeks, if the tariffs remain in place, it will go up to $125 billion in counter tariffs. And as you know, those counter tariffs will have an impact on you as well. It means that you will pay more for some of the things that the federal government is targeting, things like orange juice, coffee, peanut butter, makeup, footwear, all things that are on this first list, this first tranche that the federal government is doing in order to respond. The Prime Minister also making it clear that there were non-tariff options also on the table. He's expected to discuss some of those with the First Ministers, with the Premiers, at 2 o'clock on a call this afternoon to see if they can be aligned on not only the counter tariffs, but also other things, other points of leverage that could be used by this country, including energy, as we heard from Doug Ford today, the Premier of Ontario, willing to slap tariffs on electricity that is sold to the United States, and even, he says, going so far as to shut it down entirely. The Prime Minister had a series of messages this morning, one directly to Americans, telling them that this was a decision their government made and that it would hurt them. One directly to the President, Donald Trump, saying that this was a dumb idea, and a message to Canadians, saying that he wasn't going to sugarcoat how bad this would be, but it would be challenging and difficult, and that the federal government will be there to support Canadians through employment insurance and other supports for industries through it all. But he made one point very clear. He said that if this is about, if this is a fight with Canada, will not have any winners. And that is the message that he wanted Donald Trump to hear today. Some extraordinary comments, very frank comments from the Prime Minister on this historic day where Canada is now in a trade war with our closest ally. And with that, I'll send things over to Andrew Nichols in Toronto. Thank you so much for watching. Thanks to everyone for their help with their coverage. And of course, our coverage on this remarkable news day continues on CBC News Network.
Rosemary Barton, and as Rosie was saying, this is CBC News Network, and we have extensive coverage planned for you all day on today's extraordinary developments. The Trump administration's America First policy has kicked in with a vengeance. The tariff threats made for so many months are now a reality. Their impact across Canada and the U.S. is likely to be seismic. The Prime Minister spoke this morning. Justin Trudeau said President Trump is trying to orchestrate the total collapse of Canada's economy in an attempt to annex us. He urged Americans to rethink the direction their government and leaders have taken.
So today, the United States launched a trade war against Canada, their closest partner and ally, their closest friend. At the same time, they're talking about working positively with Russia, appeasing Vladimir Putin, a lying, murderous dictator. Make that make sense. Canadians are reasonable, and we are polite, but we will not back down from a fight. Not when our country and the well-being of everyone in it is at stake.
We're going to Montreal. Quebec Premier François Legault is speaking about the tariffs. Let's listen.
I'm with the Minister of the Economy, Christine Fréchette, and the President of the Treasury Board, Sonia Lebel. Donald Trump has gone ahead with his threats. He has imposed at midnight last night some tariffs to Canadian and Quebec exports, 25% on all products except energy and critical minerals. Apparently, aluminum is included in that. And the tariffs will be at 10%. So already we can see the contrary to what Donald Trump is saying. He can't do without some products. Critical minerals, including aluminum, he can't do without that. So, of course, he's hitting us with 10% instead of 25%. These tariffs, it's clear, will hurt Quebecers, they will hurt Canadians, but they will also hurt Americans. It's important that everybody understand that we're getting into something that is big. Let's talk about Quebec first. We estimate that over 6 months, these tariffs, if they stay in place, we can lose up to 100,000 jobs in Quebec. And if the tariffs stay over 12 months, we will lose 160,000 jobs in total. So, of course, this is something that will be very difficult. And faced with this unjustified attack, well, we have to remain calm. But I have a clear message for Quebecers. We can't just give in. We can't let ourselves be bullied. And it's now time to work together, all Quebecers, so that we can get through this. It's going to be a difficult period, but I'm convinced that we will be able to get through it and come out of it stronger. Within the government for months, Christine and myself, we've been meeting businesses, workers, to see how we can help to protect workers and protect as much as possible the businesses. This morning, we had a special meeting and we adopted a program that is called Frontières, a new program. And I will let Christine Fréchette explain this program to you. Essentially, it's to help businesses to have the liquidity that they need to get through this in the short term. I also want to send a call out to all businesses, all entrepreneurs in Quebec. If you have projects, development projects, projects to diversify the economy, now is the time to go see Investissement Québec. You know, over the past 6 years, we have used Investissement Québec a lot to increase the annual investments have been increased by 81%, but our objective is to go even further. We need to diversify our economy and to be less dependent on the U.S. So we need your projects. And all good projects will be looked at by Investissement Québec. Our objective is nothing less than saying what we've done over the past 6 years. We have succeeded in surpassing the economic growth per inhabitant in Canada. There's been an increase in the average salaries, discretionary spending, the increase in productivity. We've surpassed the rest of Canada, but we have to do even more. And we have to continue to have a better performance than the rest of Canada in the years to come. This is something that we're able to do. We have tools in Quebec that the rest of Canada does not have. And I'm speaking of Investissement Québec. A lot of people in the rest of Canada and the other provinces would dream of having a tool like Investissement Québec dedicated just to projects in the province or in the state of Quebec. And we also have another tool that is extraordinary, which is called the Caisse de dépôt et placement du Québec, 400 billion in assets, which has a dual mandate. Jean Lesage, at the time, the mission was to have returns for the pension funds, but also a mission to help the economic development of Quebec. This second mission will be more important than ever. For the past 6 years, we have increased by 47% the assets of the CDPQ. Now, in the next few months and years, I've already asked the CEO of the Caisse de dépôt to do even more. We are really at a turning point with the economy of Quebec. It's not going to be the same in the next few years as what we've seen in the past few years. We are fortunate to have Investissement Québec and the Caisse de dépôt to help us get through this. There's another advantage that we've got in Quebec, and that is the employers and the unions have close relationships. There's the FTQ, the CSN, and we also have two big financial institutions that are very present in the regions of Quebec, Desjardins and the National Bank. So I'm optimistic that we will get through this better than the rest of Canada, through this storm that we've got ahead of us. The other tool that we have in Quebec is Hydro-Quebec. As you know, we believe in the importance of increasing the volume of renewable energy for the long term. Hydro-Quebec has projects for more than 150 billion to double its capacity. It's going to be the biggest project in the history of Quebec. And of course, if we lose 100 or 160,000 jobs, it'll be a good thing to have Hydro-Quebec. Soon we will table the 2025-26 budget, and I've asked the Minister of Finance to accelerate the undertaking of infrastructure projects in education, the schools, in health, the hospitals, in transportation, roads, public transportation. I think it's time to invest in our infrastructure so that we can get through this period that will be difficult. The other thing as well, and this is very important, and I started talking about this with Doug Ford concretely, we have to increase trade with the rest of Canada. We have to break down the interprovincial trade barriers already. I would mention that over the past 6 years, we have increased by 34% our exports to the rest of Canada. It's about the same growth as our exports to the U.S., but now we have to do even more in both directions. And Doug Ford and myself, we have promised that we would work on this concretely, industry by industry, sector by sector. The other thing that's important is that we have to react to Donald Trump. He will not walk away from this with us just crossing our arms and giving up. Earlier, the Prime Minister of Canada confirmed what was agreed upon by all the provinces and territories, that is that there will be counter tariffs on a list of goods that are imported from the U.S. to Canada. So the first list is for $30 billion, and there'll be a second list that'll be added in 3 weeks of $125 billion. So this will give some of our businesses a chance to have some latitude so that they can develop products made in Quebec and in Canada that will be more competitive with U.S. products on which there are counter tariffs, because these products, well, the price will be increased by 25%. I also want to say to the businesses in Quebec that we have heard you on some of the inputs. What does that mean? It means that sometimes there are businesses that have products, or in the manufacturing of that product, there's a portion that comes from the U.S. What we're trying to do, and this is difficult work, we're saying if there are some inputs, we have to be able to say if these inputs exist somewhere in Canada, well, we should buy them from Canada. If those inputs do not exist in Canada, at some point we have to ask ourselves a question. Are we going to put a retaliatory tariff on these products imported from the U.S.? I'm thinking about what Sonia Labelle will talk to you about later. I've asked Sonia, in our procurement and our calls for tenders, to penalize, quote unquote, U.S. companies, and she will explain exactly how we'll do this. But of course, we want to give as few contracts as possible. We want them to get win as few calls for tenders.
You've been listening to the Premier of Quebec, François Legault, reacting to the imposition of 25% tariffs on Canadian goods, 10% on Canadian energy products. The Premier of Quebec saying that he is optimistic that Quebec will get through this better than the rest of Canada because there are more supports in place in that province. He also touted Hydro-Quebec, saying that Hydro-Quebec is going to quickly double the amount of output from there, and that will help offset some of the job losses that will come from this trade war triggered by the United States. He also said that he has been speaking with the Premier of Ontario, Doug Ford, and they are going to work together, that there needs to be more east-west trade, and also that the premiers have agreed with the federal government's imposition of counter tariffs on the United States, $30 billion in this first tranche, and then another $125 billion in another list that will come in a couple of weeks. He said this will give businesses, this is a message to businesses in Quebec and Canada to try and develop products that are made in Quebec and in Canada that will have these tariffs, these counter tariffs put in place. The CBC's Karina Roman joins us live from Ottawa, and so talk to us more about, we're getting, fast and furious, all kinds of reaction from, and we will throughout the day. What stood out for you from what Legault said?
Well, just so much of his message was about how Quebec and Canada can mitigate what will be the tough effects. In Quebec's case, already talking about upwards of 100 to 160,000 jobs to be lost under these tariffs. So he didn't go into detail, that was going to be left to his finance minister, but how there's going to be this new program, a support program, a loan liquidity program for businesses that they've worked out. So I assume we'll get the details eventually on that. That he promoted diversification, other markets, primarily within Canada, in terms of products that are necessary to make Quebec products, effects that might come from the U.S. if there's no Canadian alternative, that perhaps they will consider putting a reciprocal tariff, retaliatory tariff on that. You mentioned the Hydro-Quebec expansion. He talked about how this is the time to invest in infrastructure, echoing some federal leaders that have talked about that, other provincial leaders who have said basically, if we're going to spend money on supporting workers and businesses, maybe part of that could be just to create jobs here. It's not like we don't have crumbling infrastructure in Canada, all provinces, not just Quebec. And he talked about education, roads, bridges, that kind of thing. So perhaps this is going to be that kind of opportunity for those who believe that's where government money and taxpayers' money should go to help mitigate and offset the damaging effects of the tariffs.
All right, and Karina, we did play one clip off the top of the Prime Minister, and he started his news conference today with a clear message, trying to say, here we have Donald Trump slamming tariffs on Canada, close ally and friend, meanwhile seeming to take sides with Vladimir Putin, a lying, murderous dictator. Make that make sense. What are some of the other key messages from the Prime Minister today?
There were many, and it was an extraordinary news conference for sure, and speech. He did what he did a month ago and spoke to Americans in his speech, saying that your government has chosen to do this to you, talked about the effects that Americans will feel, whether it's on the markets, which have already taken a tumble, or inflation, jobs. He was elected by the Americans to reverse inflation, to increase jobs, how this will be sabotaging, he said, the goal of this new golden age that Donald Trump had talked about. And then, remarkably, he took an opportunity in his speech to speak to Donald Trump directly, calling him by his first name, talking about the historic CUSMA deal, other big things that they had accomplished together on the world stage. Have a listen to a little bit of that.
Axing taxes, building homes, unleashing construction of our resources, fixing the budget, stopping crime, all of these things.
Okay, obviously that was not the clip of the Prime Minister. That was Pierre Poilievre, also reacting today, as everyone is, to that. I don't know if we have the remarkable clip we were going to play of Trudeau, where he basically said to Donald Trump, you know, he doesn't want to have to quote the Wall Street Journal. It doesn't often do that. But in this case, he said, Donald Trump, you are a smart man, or people know you as a smart man, but this is a very dumb thing to do. Those were very blunt words from the Prime Minister. Interestingly enough, I believe CNN and Fox both played part of the Prime Minister's speech live, and I believe that part especially was caught on live American television. He was also very blunt about the whole border fentanyl pretext for these tariffs, calling it a pretext, saying that it might be the legal basis upon which they are basing these tariffs, but it's totally false, that the statistics show that we do not have fentanyl flooding across the northern border into the U.S. Also, look what Canada has done to strengthen the border, to really curb and almost get rid of, I think seizures of fentanyl have gone down 97%. He pointed to the tweets from Donald Trump saying that, again, talking about banks not having access, American banks not having access to Canada, talking about how yesterday Donald Trump talked about how automakers should move to the U.S. So what is this really about? Well, it was finally laid bare in this speech. I don't believe the Prime Minister had been this direct before, saying that he relies on what Donald Trump has actually been consistent about, which is that it's about bashing a Canadian economy so much so that it makes it easier to annex the country and make it the 51st state. Extraordinary revelation or concession or acknowledgement, however you want to characterize it, by the Prime Minister, that he believes that is the real motive behind all of this.
And we're going to get that clip. I have the transcript. We're going to get it. We're just, you know, it's been so busy today. Every day is an extraordinary day. So sometimes there's just little issues with getting the clip, but we'll get the clip. But this is exactly what what he had to say because I think people should know. He said,
absolutely.
We have
I
to
do not have it transcribed in front of me.
No.
Okay.
I just have it because I was sort of highlighting some of the moments. We have to, this is what the Prime Minister had to say, we have to fall back on the one thing he has said repeatedly, that what he wants to see a total collapse of the Canadian economy, referring to Donald Trump, because that will make it easier to annex us, and that is never going to happen. We will never be the 51st state. He just goes on to say, I'll just read a little bit more, but he can do damage to the Canadian economy, and he has started that this morning, but he will rapidly find out, as American families will find out, that it will hurt people on both sides of the border. So that is quite an extraordinary statement. As you say, Karina, refuting the fentanyl because the statistics just don't bear that out. American White House officials can go on and on and on about how, there's, one is too many, but it doesn't really constitute, I think, in the minds of many, a national emergency, a crisis. And that in the Prime Minister's assessment of this all, he's known Donald Trump for a while, he's only going to be Prime Minister for another few days, that this is really all about the 51st state, and Donald Trump himself has said it, right? He wants to use economic coercion to absorb us into becoming the 51st state.
And what was interesting is that acknowledgement of what it's really about was also what the Prime Minister explained is why, when he was asked, should we just maybe open up renegotiations of CUSMA then? And he said, well, pretty difficult to negotiate with a partner who this is their goal. What are you negotiating? How do you do that in good faith? Not that he's not open to that if that's the road down which the U.S. wants to go for real, but very hard to actually embark on negotiations with what is essentially a bad faith negotiating partner. So it was interesting that he used that. How do you negotiate with someone whose goal is to actually ruin your economy as opposed to have a win-win situation, which is what trade deals are usually about. And so that is why, after all those extraordinary acknowledgements, he did get into the substance of what the counter tariffs are going to look like, what kind of other things that they're thinking of doing. He does have a call with the premiers this afternoon to discuss non-tariff measures as well.
Okay, yeah, so do you want to get, I was going to ask you kind of moving ahead, but let's not move ahead. Let's talk a little bit about what those countermeasures, just sort of generally speaking, what they are. This $30 billion, this is the first tranche, and let's even put aside for a moment some of what the provinces have been doing. There is liquor coming off the shelves in Ontario, in Newfoundland, I think in Nova Scotia. This is just off the top of my head.
Quebec, I think.
In Quebec, that's right. In Quebec, there's the threat of imposing an export tax for Ontario electricity going to a few American border states, 25%. So what about, though, this first tranche?
So that's the first tranche. It's this $30 billion on targeted products coming into Canada from the United States. I think we've talked about what those look like. There's a long list on the government website. I believe Florida orange juice is in there and Kentucky bourbon. Then there's $125 billion to be done within 3 weeks if the tariffs do not come off. But the non-tariff measures, the Prime Minister was much more cagey about that. He did talk about procurement, contracts at all different levels of government, certainly something they're looking at. But when asked directly about whether he would support an export tax on other energy like oil and gas, which at this point faces a 10% American tariff, whether that's something he's open to, he said two things that indicate he's not going to give us an answer on that until certainly after talks with the premiers. One is that, yes, they don't want any one sector, any one province to bear the brunt more harshly than others. And right now you would say maybe looking at the tariffs that are in place from the states, the auto sector is certainly going to be hit very, very hard as opposed to the energy sector, which is facing a 10%, and critical minerals, which is facing a 10%. So should there be a top-up export tax perhaps on those products that we export to the U.S.? He did not want to go down that road because he also said what's really important is unity. More than anything else, if we start to fight amongst ourselves, then we've lost. And let the fighting amongst themselves happen in the United States, he said, which is already happening. We need to stay unified. So it is going to be a challenge to hit back hard, as some premiers and federal leaders want, and also stay unified, because we know, at least in the past, Alberta has not been on board with an export tax.
Okay, so Karina, let's just talk a little bit about the future, because Justin Trudeau will not be Prime Minister in 5 days from now. There will be a new Liberal leader. Generally speaking, they all have been on board, it seems, with where the federal government is going, with this $30 billion, the top leadership candidates, right, more or less. So what does that mean if you basically can't negotiate with Donald Trump because his goal is to ruin us economically and try and make us into the 51st state? I mean, what do you do?
I do think that's probably why you have the Liberal leadership candidates on board, or even wanting more than what the federal government is doing, because it's not really about negotiating with Donald Trump. It's maybe not even about convincing Donald Trump anymore. It's about convincing the American people that this is bad, who can then convince Donald Trump, please stop doing this. Certainly the markets might do that. The business in America might do that as well. Some of the leaders, maybe even all of them, have really pushed for dollar-for-dollar retaliation, so they may even go stronger. I do want to just, not correct, but there's a bit more nuanced on when he stops being Prime Minister, because he was actually asked that today, and he said that'll really depend on a conversation with whoever the new leader is and himself in terms of transition. So he could still be Prime Minister on Monday or even Tuesday, but yes, it's certainly, the end is near in terms of his tenure as Prime Minister, for sure. But I just want people to realize it might not be this hard cutoff on Sunday.
I was unclear about that, because I was,
I guess so were we, and that's why it was asked at the scrum, is how will that work and what is the timing on that? So the other question he was asked was about helping workers and businesses, because the government keeps saying that there is going to be a program, but people are, of course, looking for specifics, because from what we hear, there are some places shutting down production now. There are jobs being lost now. So the Prime Minister did say that, the first priority was to avoid the tariffs. That didn't happen. The number one priority now, other than unity, is to try and get those tariffs off as quickly as possible. But he says, of course, over the last month, they have worked on a program, and it would be, an expansion of EI, making employment insurance more flexible. There will be some sort of direct support to businesses. But as I said, he was scant on specifics, and so was really the employment minister, who was also today. I don't know if we have that clip, because he was out today, so you can tell me, control room, whether we have that clip or not. But Stephen McKinnon saying today that okay, we do not have the clip, so I'll tell you what he said. The response will be robust, but don't expect this response to be like it was during the pandemic. That this is a different situation. With the pandemic, the economy essentially just shut off overnight. This is more of a rolling effect. And so expect whatever programs they are going to reveal in the next few days will be tailored to this situation. That's the specifics we have for today. I don't know how revelatory that is to our audience, but it's not going to be these massive CERB programs that we remember from the pandemic, but there will be help. And interesting that when you hear from Pierre, the Conservative leader, was also out reacting today. One of the things he said, if he were Prime Minister, he would focus more on tax breaks as opposed to support programs. So you can see that since we don't know who the next Liberal leader will be, and we don't know whether we're going to be heading into an election, there will be a lot of things to figure out, not just in terms of a response to the tariffs, but a response to how people at home and businesses at home are helped through this situation.
And we'll get all those clips sorted out, and we'll have them soon. Because you're with us all afternoon, Karina. I appreciate that. The CBC's Karina Roman live in Ottawa. So let's go back to Quebec for more on the tariffs. The CBC's Sarah Levitt is in Lacolle at the border crossing there with New York State. We heard from the Premier earlier in the show, but he continues to speak this hour, and we're learning more about Quebec's response. What can you tell us?
Well, Premier François Legault really going at this in two ways. The first is how Quebec, as a province, can retaliate or as he put it in one of his sentences, punish the U.S. for these tariffs that they have put in place. And he looked at many options that the province could take, number one being following along with what other provinces have done, and that is taking American liquor off the shelves of our liquor board, the SAQ. And so Legault saying that's going to happen immediately. Another retaliation that he has put out there is punishment to American companies that bid on things here in Quebec who don't have any connection to Quebec. So whether that be a factory in Quebec or partnerships with businesses in Quebec. He called it a punishment, a monetary punishment if they do want to do business here in the province, and he said that that could go up to 25%. Now, the other the other vein that he took was how Quebec and his government are going to help businesses as they deal with these tariffs. And he announced a loan, interest-free loan program, and they're calling it frontière, so that means border, and not going into too much detail, but saying that businesses in Quebec can apply for this interest-free loan to help them deal with the issue of the tariffs. And they said that businesses could get up to $50 million in help. Here's what Legault said specifically about what he's been doing this past month. He said, over the past few weeks, I have met with several small, medium, and large businesses active in our strategic sectors to better understand their specific realities, and I'm convinced that the measures put forward will address some of their challenges.
Okay, so that's what he had to say. I want to ask you, Sarah, there you are, speaking of the border, you're at the border. We're seeing lots of traffic there behind you. Have you spoken to people? Do you have a sense of what's happening in terms of these tariffs going into place? Are trucks being looked at and do you have any sense of what's going on there?
So what I will say, Andrew, is that it's been a pretty typical day here at Lacolle. It's quite busy, in fact, on the non-commercial side of things. Now, this is, of course, the boundary between Quebec and New York. It is Quebec's largest border crossing, about 2 million people crossing in. Commercially, there's about 300,000 commercial trucks that make their way through here. I did speak with one trucker that was on his way across the border, and I asked him specifically just for a little bit of the logistics about how this works. And he said, well, to be perfectly honest, I don't really know all of the logistics. What happens, though, he said, was they'll get to the border and they'll do their usual thing with the paperwork that he hands over that he got from his business here. Meanwhile, what happens is the invoice for that 25% gets sent to the American company who are the buyers of whatever's going over the border. So he says he's not seeing a difference. It's not any slower or anything like that because he's just doing his regular route. What we will see is how right now we have both the tariffs for the import, tariffs now for the export. Where will that extra 25% in most cases end up? Will it be in the pockets of the consumers? Will there be companies that decide they're big enough to kind of shoulder the weight of that percentage? And of course, we don't know how long these tariffs are going to be in place, so that has a big impact as well.
What the impact could be is for everything that we use on the farm, fertilizers, packagings, a lot of the cardboard or glass bottles. We make cider vinegar, so a lot of the supplies come or go through the States.
So just some context there, that was an apple farmer, and it just tells you how many people will be impacted by this. She might sell her apples in Quebec, but her supplies, a lot of them come from the States. So that just shows you the breadth of the impact of these tariffs, Andrew.
All right, Sarah, thank you. That is the CBC's Sarah Levitt at the Quebec-New York State Crossing in Lacolle. So we've heard the federal response to the American tariffs, and provinces are acting swiftly with their own countermeasures against the U.S. move. Let's turn to the CBC's Mark Carcassol for more on this. So I was mentioning a few off the top, liquor coming off the shelves, but tell us more.
That's one of the big ones, certainly, Andrew. Right across the country, many provinces are doing that and a couple other measures. We'll get to those in a second as we do this cross-Canada tour, if you will, of responses from various provincial governments. We'll start in PEI, where its new Premier, Rob Lance, has just spoken. He's certainly been thrown into the fire, huh? He got Dennis King stepped down, a week ago now. He's brand new to this job, and tariffs right off the bat is what he finds himself dealing with. He mentioned that PEI is encouraging, as a response to this, the lifting of interprovincial trade barriers. He says PEI is one of the worst affected provinces when it comes to how there are barriers between trade between provinces, because they are an island, and so they have to pay added fees just to get their products to and from the mainland of Canada. But he's also encouraging residents of his province to not take this out on their American friends, their American relatives. He says when it comes to the American people, they didn't ask for this. Don't take it out on them.
We need to weather this storm together. Remember, U.S. businesses and American families, we're all going to feel the real impacts of this. Our friends, our neighbors, everyday Americans, They didn't do this.
Let's go over to the other side of the country in BC, where Premier David Eby also spoke publicly about an hour or so ago. He echoes the same line that, Canadians didn't want this, Americans didn't want this, but he does have a message to the American people. He says this is going to hurt you just as badly as it hurts us. Like many other provinces, he's removing American liquor from the beer stores, or liquor stores rather, in his province, but he's doing it a little different. He's only targeting booze from red states, Republican states. Obviously, Donald Trump is a member of the Republican Party. He wants to directly affect Donald Trump and his supporters. So any booze from red states in the U.S. now off the shelves at liquor stores in BC. He's pledged support for BC residents and businesses. He says BC will accelerate major provinces to continue to grow its economy and keep people working. And he says, as the Prime Minister and other premiers in this country have said today, that he believes this is about more than the border. He says Canada did what the president wanted. It apparently wasn't good enough, and he now feels that this is about more than border security.
I would say that without doubt, the president's demands were met. And yet, it did not matter. It didn't work. Because obviously, that's not what this is about. It's about something else. As the president has repeated many times, he wants to make Canada the 51st state, and Canada will never.
Alberta Premier Danielle Smith took her message to the U.S. with an interview on NBC today, saying that she is disappointed in Donald Trump. Along the same lines of what David Eby said there, she says Canada did exactly what the president wanted, spent $1.3 billion on border security. It wasn't enough. She doesn't know why it wasn't enough. She says that it's a two-way street and that tons of cocaine and crystal meth come from the U.S. into Canada, something that she feels needs to be addressed as well. However, unlike premiers like Doug Ford in Ontario and Francois Legault in Quebec, who have at least mused about the possibility of turning off electricity to U.S. states that they help out with that, she says Alberta will not retaliate when it comes to energy. It's their bread and butter, after all.
I've already said that we're not going to retaliate on energy. That is such an essential product for American consumers and American businesses. We want to make sure that we've got some, 4.3 million barrels a day going into the United States. We want to make sure that that flow continues, albeit it's going to be a little bit more expensive because of the 10% tariffs. But I would say that we would rather be talking about ways in which we can remove tariffs altogether.
Now, as we mentioned off the top, Andrew, almost every province is banning in some form anyway, booze from the U.S. on their various liquor store shelves. Here's a screenshot from the LCBO's website in Ontario, where their website is actually down as they remove U.S. liquor stock Right now, you cannot order online. You have to go into store in order to buy booze in Ontario at the LCBO. But there are other provinces, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Newfoundland and Labrador, BC, again, red states only, Manitoba, Quebec have all pledged to remove U.S. booze from their shelves. And now we'll end up back in the Maritimes, where Nova Scotia Premier Tim Houston put out a statement earlier today. He was one of the first premiers to speak out publicly about these tariffs today. In his statement, he says, quote, Donald Trump is a short-sighted man who wields his power just for the sake of it, not having any consideration for the destructive impact of his decisions on both Canadians and Americans. It is impossible to properly describe the uncertainty and chaos that President Trump's threat of tariffs and now actually imposing tariffs has caused for Canadians. And he says that his province will take several measures, including doubling the cost of tolls at the Cobequid Pass for commercial vehicles from the U.S., directing the Nova Scotia Liquor Commission to again remove U.S. booze from their shelves. And he promises to take steps to support Nova Scotians throughout all this.
Mark, thank you. And we're going to listen now to NDP leader Jagmeet Singh.
Warranted. It is wrong. It's illegal. And we are going to fight back. Thanks. And Canadians are already showing that defiance. They're standing up for one another. They're showing that they want to buy Canadian. They're boycotting American. And this is going to be a difficult time. So I'm calling on, in this time, where workers are telling me that they are desperately worried if they are going to lose their jobs. We already have seen massive job losses in the steel sector as a result of the steel and aluminum tariffs, and now we're going to see across-the-board job losses. The impact of this is probably the worst economic attack on our country that we have experienced in our lifetime, and the repercussions can be devastating. People continually tell me they literally don't know if I will be able to go into my next shift, if I'm going to be laid off. There are auto workers talking about when there's pauses on the auto line, which normally happen, some of the workers are wondering, does this pause mean that we're shut down and we're going to go home and we lose our jobs? And what does that mean for a person? And they lose their job when you're living paycheck to paycheck. That means you could lose your home, not be able to put food on the table for your family, not be able to make your rent, not make your other bills. This is serious. Given the gravity we're up against, I'm calling on an emergency session of Parliament like we had in the pandemic. What we're witnessing could be worse than the pandemic, and very likely will be worse. But Canadians are ready to fight back, and so my promise is we should fight back as well as elected officials. So an emergency session of Parliament where we do three things. One is we need to put in place supports for workers. Workers are already impacted. We need immediate supports, and I'm calling on EI to be immediately reformed so it is covering enough workers. It's a sufficient amount to cover people's bills, and it's quick. People can get it quick enough so that it can actually come in and support them. Secondly, we need to create good jobs in Canada. And so that build Canadian, buy Canadian plan at the federal level needs to be there so we can build more and create good jobs in this difficult time. And finally, I know while the Parliament doesn't need to be recalled to put in place the retaliatory tariffs, I believe we should send a united message as all leaders and all parties that we stand united together, opposed to these tariffs, and we're going to impose these retaliatory tariffs with a unified voice, denouncing Donald Trump's attack on our country. This is a time that calls for us to step up, to be united, and to fight back. And so I'm calling for an emergency session of Parliament to do exactly that. Ce qu'on a vécu maintenant, aujourd'hui, c'est une guerre commerciale. C'est une guerre qu'on n'a pas voulu, mais c'est une guerre dans laquelle on se retrouve.
That we did not
want, but it's a war
in which we find ourselves. Right now, we have workers who are afraid that they're going to lose their jobs, but what does it mean for their families who have difficulty? It means that they're afraid that they're going to lose their home. They can't pay their bills or their mortgage. They're afraid that they can't do groceries for their family, to feed their family. So we're in very difficult times with a lot of concerns. It's very serious, and that is why today I'm asking that the government, well, that we call back Parliament to come up with some measures to protect workers, to create some good jobs, and to say with one voice that we are against Donald Trump's decision, and that we agree with the retaliatory tariffs. Now is the time to prioritize people, the workers, and I'm ready to do this.
measures you'd like to see in support of workers or businesses? Are you looking for pandemic-style relief?
We're in what could be worse than the pandemic in terms of the impacts to our economy and to workers. So we need across-the-board supports for workers impacted. My first reaction now is we need EI that is actually up to the task. And so we've been calling for reforms for a while now. I want that to be put in place. EI that is quicker to access, that covers more workers, that is the sufficient amount so you can actually pay your bills. The current replacement fee or the replacement salary is not enough to cover the cost for many families. So we need an adequate EI to meet the needs of today.
Ça serait combien l'augmentation de l'assurance-emploi? Vous voulez une augmentation de combien des montants en pourcentage?
Le but que j'ai pour l'augmentation, c'est une assurance-emploi.
The objective that I have for the increase is EI that covers all people. Right now it only covers 40% of people, so we need EI that covers all people who work, particularly with the crisis in which we find ourselves. We need EI that works. So that's one thing. The second element is that we have to have access to it quicker, because right now there's a delay that is too long, particularly when people will lose their jobs immediately. And finally, the amount that people receive, which replaces their salary, is not adequate for cost of living. So these are the elements that I want to see increase.
Government at your earliest opportunity. Do you still stand by that statement, and do you think now is the time for an election?
Now is the time to put workers first. We're literally in a trade war. And I can't imagine any opposition leader that wouldn't want to support a package to help workers impacted by this. We did that during the pandemic. We came together. We need to have that same approach now. So my answer to that is we need supports for workers first, put in place working, and an election afterwards.
And what's the plan for, I mean, how long would you see something like that? This tariff war could go on for 4 years. So how long would these measures that you're suggesting go on for, and how are we paying for it?
So the employment insurance should be permanent changes to the employment insurance that cover workers when they're impacted. That is something that we've long needed, and so now I'm saying I want that fix in place now, immediately done, so that workers can count on it, so it's there for them. And then the measures in terms of the economic stimulus, well, we need it immediately. We need a short-term fix. And as we move towards building a more resilient economy, we can look at ways to adjust it. But there's no doubt with the current circumstances, our reliance and dependence on the United States and the trade war that we find ourselves in, we need to build Canadian by Canadian, and that is something that's going to be short-term, but I expect it to be a long-term permanent shift where we use the buying power we have to invest in our country.
What specifically do you need Parliament to return for? The EI reforms, does that require legislation, or isn't that not something that the government can do without Parliament coming back?
We saw in the pandemic that we understood the severity of the situation required us to come together to pass legislation to be able to support Canadians. This is worse than the pandemic. The potential ramifications of this trade war could have devastating impacts on our economy worse than what we saw during that period of time. And so we absolutely need to have the ability to come back to Parliament to get things done. And what I'm saying is I want supports of workers done first. An election is secondary to that. First, let's get the support in place for those workers. Let's make sure they get the help that they need. People are already losing their jobs, and then we can worry about an election after that.
So you would see this legislation, or if it would require legislation, receive royal assent before you'd be comfortable going to an election? Obviously, if there was legislation towards that, it would die on the order paper once an election was called. So is that what you're saying? You'd need to see it become law or pass through the Senate and return back?
Yeah, I don't want just a lip service. I want protections in place for workers, passed and implemented, helping out people. We literally have a dire situation. 25% tariffs on our country will mean potentially hundreds and thousands of workers lose their jobs. So to Canadians listening, my commitment to you is I promise I'm going to fight to protect your jobs. I promise I'm going to fight to make sure workers impacted get help. And I promise that I'm going to put in place supports that I can do so that people who are worried about the cost of living that's already so high going up, I'm going to fight to make sure life is more affordable.
Juste en français, s'il vous plaît. Donc vous vous engagez à ne pas faire tomber le gouvernement libéral pendant
So you're committing to not going to an election until the beginning of April? if you want support in place for the workers, you're committing to not bringing down the government until April? My priority right now is very important. In a trade war, a level of which we've never seen in our history, I'm prioritizing workers. I'm prioritizing the adoption of protections for workers first and an election after. But first, we have to have protections in place for workers. Even if it takes weeks? Yes, absolutely. We need protections. If the question is, what is a priority for me? In a trade war, my priority is the workers. And now this is the situation that we're in. Donald Trump has announced that the tariffs went into effect. We're in a trade war and with disastrous impacts. So first, we have to have protections in place. There's no protection right now for workers that is at the necessary level for the crisis in which we find ourselves. So we need that first, and then an election later.
And was there anything that the government could or should have done in the last 30 days to avoid this?
In my opinion, there is nothing to appease Donald Trump that would have stopped this. He has made up his mind. He wanted to attack our country economically. The whole pretense of the border turned out to be not true at all. And he repeated himself again and again. He has said he wants us to be the 51st state. He said he would use economic pressure to achieve that. He is imposing completely unjustified, unwarranted, and illegal tariffs on our country. He is doing exactly as he said. So we have to take him at his word, and we have to fight back, and Canadians are already doing that. But it should be our job as elected officials to back up Canadians who are showing that resilience and that defiance by saying, yeah, we're going to be there for you as well. We're going to put in place a package of supports for workers, so we have your back if you are impacted by these tariffs. We're going to build more and buy more Canadian to build up an economy that creates jobs for Canadians. And we're going to have a unified voice to say we denounce what Donald Trump did, and we are together in fighting back with tariffs, that retaliatory tariffs.
Have you or anyone in your camp have had any conversations at all with government officials or the leadership contenders for the Liberal Party about this relief package, about any progress regarding that?
No.
Could that support for workers mean tax cuts? That's what Poilievre is suggesting, that the support would be in the form of income tax cuts or something of that sort.
Well, no, let's be really clear. He's been very clear about the tax cuts that he wants. He has announced.
But he is saying that.
Not at all. I reject. He wants tax cuts for millionaires at a time when workers are going to lose their jobs. It's a ridiculous approach. He wants to put tax cuts that are going to help less than 1% of the population. I think it's 0.1%. Based on the government's statistics. And the average income of the people that are benefited from the tax cuts that he's proposing earn mostly $1.4 million or more. So no, that's a ridiculous, that's the capital gains tax cut that he wants to propose. That's what he's come out. That's a specific tax cut that he's talked about that helps a very, very, very small percentage of Canadians that earn mostly over $1.4 million. That's who it mostly helps. That is a ridiculous approach in the face of a trade war where we got steel workers in Sault Ste. Marie saying, I'm going to lose my job. We got auto workers in Windsor, auto workers in Oshawa, who every time their line shuts down, they think, that's it, we're going to go back home. We got workers now across the boards that are wondering, what am I going to do to put food on the table? How am I going to keep my home? And Pierre Poilievre proposes a tax cut for millionaires. I mean, it's very on brand for Pierre Poilievre, but it is not what Canadians need right now.
To middle-class families or people making less, would that be something you'd be willing to negotiate on to get this passed with the Conservatives?
He's talking about tax cuts when people are losing their jobs. There's not a job. If you cut someone's taxes, they have no income. What's the point? I'm talking about getting people the protection in place that they need so they can actually survive. We're talking about survival. And Pierre Poilievre's talking about giving rich people a little bit of a benefit. What's the point of that? I'm talking about workers who cannot go back to work because these tariffs mean their job will not be there. Those workers are right now high and dry. There's nothing in place for them. There's no adequate. 60% of workers are not covered by EI. The government has not fixed that. We need to fix that now. And I'm calling on government to acknowledge that this is an emergency. Let's recall Parliament and put in place the supports that people need. We did that during the pandemic. This is potentially worse than that. So let's get to work.
On what basis do you say this is worse than the pandemic? Because a lot of economists would caution against that, saying at the moment we don't need emergency measures of that scale, which would lead to a larger debt and deficit.
Well, that's why I'm calling for EI measures to be improved, not the direct payments that we saw during the pandemic, but the scope and scale of the 25% tariff on our economy when the majority of what we produce, the majority of what we sell goes to the United States, and all of that potentially being shut down because it costs too much, is the gravity of that could be far more than the pandemic. There are items that we produce in terms of steel and aluminum. If the tariffs are stacked, as we know is potentially going to happen, it could mean that our entire industry gets shut down. The automotive sector, these are good paying jobs. All of those jobs would be lost. The impact is devastating. And it could be, that's why I'm highlighting that, worse than what we saw during the pandemic, given the scope and given the breadth of what these tariffs could do. We've got to be ready for people.
That is
today
NDP
to
leader Jagmeet Singh responding to the imposition of 25% tariffs on Canadian goods by the Trump administration, 10% on energy. The NDP leader saying this could be worse economically than the pandemic, so there needs to be enhanced supports for Canadian workers. Asked if anything could have been done to appease Donald Trump, he said no. It is the goal of the U.S. president to basically economically ruin Canada and turn us into the 51st state. These tariffs are unjustified and illegal. The CBC's Karina Roman was listening, and she joins us live in Ottawa. So just a couple of takeaways from the NDP leader that you have there, Karina.
Well, when he talks about an emergency, bringing back the Parliament for emergency to speak with one unified voice, even though it's not necessary to bring in the retaliatory tariffs, he kind of is ignoring the fact that it's doubtful, or it's not clear, at least you could say, that he would have a unified voice, that the Conservatives would band together with the other parties, including the government, to speak with one voice on that. And he kind of acknowledges that a little bit later when he says, you know, he's calling for supports for workers. He's calling for an expansion of employment insurance and employment insurance reform so that maybe there's fewer hours that you need to qualify, that the amount you would get would be more, that more workers would be included, and other reforms that have long been called for. Meanwhile, he points out that Pierre Poilievre is calling for tax cuts, and he's pointed out that, you know, if you're not making an income other than EI because you've lost your job, what good is a tax cut? So he's acknowledging that there's a difference of opinion on how to go forward, but yet still calling for the resumption of Parliament to deal with the emergency, when we all know there would be a chance, at least, of it turning into the circus that it was before proroguement. So that's sort of what I took away from it. But it will be interesting to see when the government is saying that they're talking about expanding EI, at least temporarily, and making it more flexible, how that will look and how that will compare to what Singh is calling for.
All right, Karina, stay there just for a moment. We're just going to recap where we are and say hello to our viewers who are just joining us. Hello, I'm Andrew Nichols. This is CBC News Network. As the Prime Minister spoke this morning, Justin Trudeau said President Trump is trying to orchestrate the total collapse of Canada's economy. Trudeau offered a blunt message to Americans saying their government is to blame.
I want to speak first directly to the American people. We don't want this. We want to work with you as a friend and ally. And we don't want to see you hurt either. But your government has chosen to do this to you. As of this morning, markets are down, and inflation is set to rise dramatically all across your country. Your government has chosen to put American jobs at risk, at the thousands of workplaces that succeed because of materials from Canada or because of consumers in Canada, or both. They've chosen to raise costs for American consumers on everyday essential items like groceries and gas, on major purchases like cars and homes, and everything in between. They've chosen to harm American national security impeding access to the abundant critical minerals, energy, building materials, and fertilizers that we have and that the United States needs to grow and prosper. They've chosen to launch a trade war that will, first and foremost, harm American families.
And CBC's Karina Roman joins us live from Ottawa with more. So, Karina, there were a lot of key messages there from the Prime Minister today. I think a lot of Canadians who were watching would remark that this was a Prime Minister speaking to Canadians, to Americans, to Donald Trump with some pretty frank messages.
Indeed, and he started off his speech by not just saying that the U.S. had declared a trade war on Canada, but pointing out that Canada is the friend and the ally and the closest neighbor. Meanwhile, the American administration talking more about a closer alignment with Russia and Vladimir Putin, who is anything but the ally and friend that Canada is, and asking Americans and Canadians and everyone to make sense of that. Obviously a rhetorical question that it doesn't make sense. But he did speak as well to Trump directly, which, from what I understand, was carried on American television, cable television, Fox and CNN, where he addressed Donald Trump directly, calling him Donald, talking about the historic free trade deal that they both made and signed in Donald Trump's first administration, other accomplishments on the world stage. Have a listen to what he said.
Now, it's not in my habit to agree with the Wall Street Journal, but Donald, they point out that even though you're a very smart guy, this is a very dumb thing to do. We two friends fighting is exactly what our opponents around the world want to see.
So it doesn't really get much blunter than that in terms of a direct address to the president, but he also went on to acknowledge that the whole border fentanyl crisis was in fact a pretext. It's the legal pretext, certainly, for the tariffs, but a false one. That the facts do not bear out that there's any crisis at the northern border, and in fact, all the measures that Canada has taken in hand to improve the border shows that Canada is taking it very seriously. He also brought up the mixed messaging from Donald Trump, that now, again, he's mentioning American banks, which, yes, do operate in Canada, but saying that that, of course, Donald Trump is saying that they don't. But also how yesterday Donald Trump talked about how the way to avoid tariffs is having automakers move to the U.S., which is really one of the motives behind this. But relying mostly on the consistent message from Donald Trump, which is to put economic harm on Canada because Canada would be better off, in Donald Trump's view, as the 51st state, and acknowledging that that is what is really going on. Have a listen.
What he wants is to see a total collapse of the Canadian economy, because that'll make it easier to annex us, is the second half of his thought. Now, first of all, that's never going to happen. We will never be the 51st state. But yeah, he can do damage to the Canadian economy, and he's started this morning. But he is rapidly going to find out, as American families are going to find out, that that's going to hurt people on both sides of the border.
And it is that reality, in terms of the motivation behind this, is why the Prime Minister says there's really no reason to maybe try and find another way forward, like opening up negotiations for the free trade deal again, because how do you negotiate with a leader whose motivation is to make your economy nothing? There's no reason to sit across the table from someone and negotiate when that is their motivation. Beyond that, of course, the Prime Minister did take the time to talk about the counter tariffs that are being applied, the retaliatory tariffs. So it's $30 billion immediately, and then another $125 billion in the next 3 weeks if the tariffs don't come off. He was asked about non-tariff measures. He wouldn't really go into details other than to say that he is speaking with the premiers this afternoon. We know that a couple of the premiers are quite on board with the idea of energy restrictions, such as Premier Ford from Ontario, who was talking about putting an export tax, or is planning to put an export tax on electricity to certain border states. Quebec seems to be open to the idea. Alberta, not so much. Danielle Smith saying she wouldn't want to do that. That said, you don't get a sense from the Prime Minister that then he would go ahead and impose that if you don't have agreement from the premiers, because he said that the priority is unity, that the number one thing Canada needs to make sure is that we are not fighting with each other. And that is how we can win this battle, or at least survive this battle. The Natural Resources Minister was out today as well, and really gave a very succinct glimpse of how this will forever change the relationship between Canada and the U.S. Have a listen.
While I am quite sure that we will, by dint of geography, continue to trade with our American neighbors, it has become very, very clear that we can no longer rely on the Americans in the way that we have in the past. We will never go back to where we were 3 months ago with our friends in the United States. We will never be able to trust them in the same way that we did before.
It is really quite an extraordinary statement, isn't it, to just say that? I mean, I think a lot of Canadians feel that way. There are lots of questions about what the government is going to do, Karina, to support workers and businesses feeling the pain of these tariffs. So what do we know about that?
Well, the Prime Minister would not really give many specifics, but he did talk about expanding EI, making it more flexible. We do know that, there have been many criticisms about employment insurance not covering enough people, and certainly not covering sort of the new economy, the gig economy. So talking about that, but not really giving specifics on what that would look like. Same with when they talk about direct support to businesses. But the employment minister was out today also being asked about this, saying that they have been working on a plan for the last month, even though they wanted to avoid the tariffs, even though right now the priority is to get the tariffs off as soon as possible, if possible. They have been working on this plan for workers, and not to expect it to look like what happened during the pandemic. Have a listen.
As bad as this will be, it is not the pandemic, and I think it's important that we underscore that fact. The pandemic, we essentially switched off the economy more or less overnight. This will have significant impacts, but they'll be more slow rolling. The package that we've come up with will be tailor-made to the situation in which we find ourselves and not rely on prior experience.
So what that looks like, we will have to wait and see. We are told this will come in the coming days. There is some concern that jobs are already being lost, so that might not be soon enough for some, but that's what the government says. There are reassuring words also, even though I haven't played a lot of them in terms of the clips, such as, Canadians have faced long odds before, this is what the Prime Minister said, and have survived and come out stronger on the other end. And he says he believes that this can happen again this time.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of people, lots of, sites online where you can buy Canadian, or, maybe people are not going to the U.S. On holiday, choosing to travel in Canada, all kinds of sort of positive moments too. But it is definitely a hard day for a lot of Canadians hearing this news. What about reaction from opposition party leaders, Karina?
Yes, so Pierre, leader of the Conservative Party, out today with a long speech before he took questions about how he sees the situation and how he thinks should go forward. So, he has talked about tax cuts. It's not that he says no entirely to a supporting package for workers, but he says he's concerned that or he accuses the government of, during the pandemic, using that as an excuse to create new programs that weren't really pandemic specific. He's saying any programs that need to be brought in for this should be very specific to this. Otherwise, he would suggest a tax cut. He was very quick to, when he answered questions, to point out, as we've heard, the president in the U.S. has said he's not a MAGA man. It was very clear from Pierre Poilievre's news conference that he wanted that message to get out there as well in both English and French, that the president does not see him as a MAGA man, because we know that that has been something that his opposition has tried to paint him with. But when it comes to support for workers and businesses, or it comes to meeting the moment of what Canadians are looking for as a leader going forward, and whoever becomes the next prime minister, this is going to be what they're going to be dealing with. It was interesting to see Pierre Poilievre revert back to his message of things are not great and they're now even worse, and it is the Liberals' fault. I'm not sure how that message is going to land, but let's have people have a listen for themselves.
Axing taxes, building homes, unleashing construction of our resources, fixing the budget, stopping crime. All of these things were conservative fixations before the tariffs. Now they are even more necessary. But none of these things have happened in the last 100 days since Trump first launched his tariff threats. Look behind me. Parliament has been closed. Liberals shut it down to focus on their political battles. Not one law has been changed. Not one tax has been cut. Not one action has been taken to free us from the grip of Trump and the U.S. We need change.
Now, Jagmeet Singh, as we heard earlier, leader of the NDP, has talked about EI reform, that he'd like to see Parliament recalled to do just that, and therefore put off an election. But I'm not sure that's going anywhere when we have a new leader to be announced by the end of this weekend. And Yves-François Blanchet, the leader of the Québécois, has also put out a statement, quite strong words about Donald Trump, not maybe as blunt as the Prime Minister, but close to that, and talking about how the U.S. has become an economic predator. So clearly everyone on the same page that the U.S. is not a country or ally or neighbor or friend that we can trust anymore, at least not in this moment.
Karina, thank you. The CBC's Karina Roman live in Ottawa. So how are the tariffs playing on the other side of the Canada-U.S. border? For that, let's bring in the CBC's Megan Fitzpatrick in Washington. And Megan, we've heard from Donald Trump. Tell us more about what he and his administration are saying right now.
Well, Andrew, we haven't seen Donald Trump on camera anywhere today, but he has been busy writing on his social media platform, Truth Social. So let's take a look at what he's saying, particularly in response to Canada's response in terms of the retaliatory tariffs that Canada plans to impose. Trump writing, please explain to Governor Trudeau of Canada that when he puts on a retaliatory tariff on the U.S., our reciprocal tariff will immediately increase by a like amount. And what he's referring to there, Andrew, is the next round of tariffs, or even the next round, because what's happening today is really just the first wave of tariffs that are set to hit Canada and then other trading partners of the U.S. On April 2nd, that is when Trump is set to announce what he calls reciprocal tariffs on all of the U.S.'s trading partners that he feels impose tariffs on the U.S. or other what he calls unfair trading practices. So that's an interesting response from Trump, because as we know, he has been indicating that the next rounds of tariffs he plans on imposing, like on steel and aluminum, which are coming up, are going to stack on top of the ones that are being imposed today. Now, in terms of why these are going ahead today, the justification for them, what we're hearing from Trump's administration is that Canada and Mexico failed to take enough action on border security. Because remember, these tariffs today are supposed to be about fentanyl crossing into the United States from Mexico and Canada. That was a chief concern of Donald Trump, and illegal border crossings. And the big question leading up to yesterday and today was, were all the steps that were taken by Canada and Mexico in recent weeks enough to satisfy him? And the answer clearly was no, that they weren't satisfied and felt it necessary to go ahead and impose these tariffs. Canada has been trying to argue that the amount of fentanyl coming into the U.S. Across the border is very small and much, much lower than what crosses from the Mexican border. But today, Andrew, Vice President J.D. Vance was kind of dismissing that argument, saying when Canada tries and makes that argument that it's a small amount, that amount is still killing Americans. That is the view of Trump and his administration. So take a listen to how the Vice President is characterizing this.
The president's going to have conversations with the Canadians. We need to see real engagement on the fentanyl issue, on the drug issue. That is fundamentally the underlying element of these tariffs, is we think the Canadians have not been serious about stopping the drug trade. Now, people will sometimes say, well, if you look at the numbers, the Mexicans send way more fentanyl into the United States than the Canadians do. The Canadians have allowed a lot of fentanyl to come into the country. It's not a defense to say more has come from Mexico, because way too much has come from Mexico too.
So again, he's tying today's tariffs to the fentanyl issue, the border issue. Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, was doing the same thing on American networks this morning. He said that this is not a trade war, but a drug war. But we've been sort of hearing different messages from the president himself, Andrew, in terms of why he's imposing these tariffs. Yesterday, when he was speaking at the White House, he was bringing up the auto industry. In other social media posts he was making this morning, he was talking about the banking industry and claiming falsely that Canada doesn't allow American banks to do business in Canada. That doesn't seem fair to him, he was essentially writing, talking about how if companies move to the United States, there are no tariffs. And we know that's another explanation, rationale we've heard from the president for using tariffs as a tool to incentivize companies to set up shop in the United States or bring their plants back from places like Mexico or Canada. So they're shifting explanations we're hearing for the tariffs for today. But we'll be watching for any more social media posts. And if we don't hear anything from him this afternoon, Andrew, we will be hearing from the president tonight, we know, during his address to Congress. And he's sure to be talking about the tariff plan tonight.
Yeah, and I mean, just in that post today, he once again referred to the Prime Minister as Governor Trudeau. He has repeatedly said he wants Canada to become the 51st state through economic coercion. How are Americans in general responding? What kinds of reaction are you seeing?
Well, it's definitely being followed here today. I mean, the American networks, quite a few of them did carry Trudeau's news conference live. You know, there's headlines being made about it. The reaction was very strong from the markets, as we were seeing today. I mean, even last night there was market reaction. It's continued today. They're down. They are not reacting well to this tariff news. And there is concern from the American business community. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce, for example, put out a statement last night after Trump confirmed that these tariffs were coming, asking him to reconsider, and if he is going to impose them, urging these tariffs to be lifted quickly, arguing that Americans are already struggling with high prices and that this is only going to make things worse. That's from the Chamber of Commerce. We've been hearing from heads of major companies like Target. Their CEO was on TV this morning talking about how these tariffs are going to make food more expensive for Americans, especially now in the winter when the U.S. relies on Mexico to import fruits and vegetables. So he's warning that prices are going to go up within days, he was saying. So we've been hearing that kind of reaction, but you got to remember, Andrew, there's a lot going on here in Washington. It's not all about tariffs here. We're paying a lot of attention to it, of course, in Canada. But, you know, the fallout from on the Ukraine issue is still happening with that Oval Office meeting with President Volodymyr Zelensky on Friday. Even after Trump confirmed these tariffs were coming yesterday, news that the U.S. is putting a pause on aid to Ukraine. There's thousands of Americans that have already lost their jobs here because of the cuts that are being made to the American government. There's a lot going on. It's hard for Americans to kind of absorb it all and sort through it all. So again, we'll see what the reaction is tonight. I'll be interested to watch, especially how Republicans in Congress react when Donald Trump does talk about the tariffs in his speech tonight. Who applauds him? Because we know, again, with Canada's response, Canada intends on imposing tariffs that are directly targeted at certain states here, red states, ones that supported Trump. We've heard concerns expressed from, you know, the governor of Kentucky, for example, or other Congress people from Kentucky about bourbon being targeted, and other states that are worried about the impact of Canada's retaliatory tariffs on them. So it'll be interesting to watch for their reaction tonight.
It sure will. Megan, thank you. The CBC's Megan Fitzpatrick live in Washington. Now, as Megan mentioned, we expect to hear more about tariffs and trade tonight in Donald Trump's speech to a joint session of Congress. CBC News Network will carry that live with a special edition of The National starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, hosted by Chief Correspondent Adrian Arsenault.